9 years. Bangladesh Denim Expo, the first denim trade show, serving as a global denim network unlike any other. Sustainable Apparel Forum, a knowledge-sharing and networking platform, with the prime focus on facilitating green solutions and sustainable manufacturing. Denim Innovation Night, first ever denim-focused innovative fashion show, highlighting the capabilities of Bangladesh in innovative design. Bangladesh Fashionology Summit, the ultimate platform for discovery, networking, learning, providing the scope to learn about the cutting-edge developments in the apparel and textile industries. Bangladesh Circular Economy Summit, a platform that enables industries to apply circular economy principles and design circular solutions. Made in Bangladesh Week, one of the largest events focusing on the Bangladesh apparel industry. The week-long event focused on various aspects of our sustainable initiatives through various events like Dhaka Apparel Summit, Dhaka Apparel Expo, Green Factory visits, and so on, continuously striving to contribute to society, raise industry awareness, and demonstrate our focus on sustainability, circularity, and transparency. Our events have garnered huge attention from all over the world, attracting 85,000 plus national and international participants from 50 plus countries, 650 plus delegates, and 2,000 plus companies until now. Looking ahead, we will continue extending our reach beyond borders to promote the capacity and capabilities of our RMG industry, as we have done for 9 years. For us, the journey of revolutionizing the apparel industry of Bangladesh has just started. Join us and be part of the exciting future that we build together.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is doing very great. Please be seated. Our panel session will be started in a few minutes. Today is our second day, and our next plenary session for start will be few minutes. Please be seated, everyone. Thank you. Day of our session. Thank you so much for joining the second day of our session. I hope you will love it and you will have a great time today. Morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nigar, and I extend a warm welcome to each one of you as we gather here for the second day of the Best of Bangladesh event, Best of Bangladesh in Europe 2023. Yesterday, we embarked on an incredible journey of exploration, learning, and celebration of Bangladesh's excellence. Today, we continue this exciting journey with even more insights, innovations, and inspirations in store. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone, kindly please everyone ensure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. For any event-related announcements, please stay tuned to our official channels to stay updated. We hope you are comfortably seated because we are about to dive into another day of thought-provoking discussions, captivating performances, and engaging exhibitions. The stage is set and the excitement is palpable. Thank you for being part of this extraordinary event. Get ready to be inspired, informed, and intrigued as we uncover more about the best of Bangladesh. Let's make this second day even more memorable. Welcome everyone once again to the best of Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the second day of the Best of Bangladesh in Europe 2023. It's fantastic to see so many familiar faces and new friends joining us once again as we continue this incredible journey. Yesterday, we embarked on a memorable expedition, celebrating the excellence, innovation, and culture of Bangladesh. Today, we promise even more remarkable discoveries and insights. As we gather here in the heart of Amsterdam, let's take a moment to reflect on the essence of this event. The Best of Bangladesh stands as a beacon of collaboration, excellence, and progress. It transcends borders, connecting us to a nation over 9,000 kilometers away, the remarkable Bangladesh. This event is not just a forum for ideas and connections. It's a testament to the multifaceted excellence of Bangladesh. Over the next 2 days, we will delve even deeper into Bangladesh's vast potential, exploring its diverse industries, commitment to ethical practices, and its rich cultural heritage. We are honored to host an array of distinguished exhibitors from Bangladesh's emerging industries, showcasing their innovations and contributions. These remarkable individuals and companies embody the spirit of this event, connecting us to the heart of Bangladesh's industries and culture. Today, we invite you to partake in engaging sessions, explore captivating exhibitions, and savor the flavors of Bangladeshi cuisine at the Food Bazaar. Immerse yourself in our art exposition, a gallery of culture and heritage that promises to captivate. Don't forget to witness the live painting, where an eminent artist will vividly capture the essence of Bangladeshi culture. As we embrace this new day of exploration and enlightenment, allow me to share the exciting announcement. We are already looking forward to the next edition of the Best of Bangladesh. Make your calendars mark, because the second edition of Best of Bangladesh will take place on the 11th and 12th September 2024 at Westergest in Amsterdam. The enthusiasm is already building, and we can't wait to see you there. We're very, very excited. So as we commence this second day, I invite you to immerse yourself fully in the Best of Bangladesh experience. Together, we will continue to celebrate the remarkable nation of Bangladesh and all that it represents. Thank you for being a part of this extraordinary journey. Welcome to the Best of Bangladesh. Good morning once again, and now I would like to say something about the organizers. We hope you had a very restful evening and are ready to continue our journey through this excellence, innovation, and culture of Bangladesh. Once again, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the institutions that have made this event possible. This extraordinary event is organized by the Bangladesh Apple Exchange, and it continues to thrive thanks to their dedication to promoting Bangladesh's immense potential. We are honored to have the steadfast support of the Embassy of Bangladesh to the Netherlands. Their commitment to the strengthening international ties has been instrumental in shaping this event. Our gratitude also goes out to the Ministry of Commerce and the Export Promotion Bureau of Bangladesh. Their unwavering vision has been a driving force behind the event's success. Our gratitude also goes to the Ministry of Commerce and the Export Promotion Bureau of Bangladesh. Furthermore, our association with PDS Limited has been a catalyst for a transformative partnerships and innovative endeavors. Together, these institutions have created a platform that transcends, beacons, and connects Bangladesh with Europe and the world. They have fostered an environment where ideas flourish, opportunities abound, and culture merge. As we step into the second day of the Best of Bangladesh in Europe 2023, let us once again acknowledge and celebrate the collaborative spirit that continues to drive this event. Please join me in a round of applause to express our gratitude to the Bangladesh Apple Exchange, the Embassy of Bangladesh to the Netherlands, the Ministry of Commerce, the Export Promotion Bureau, and PDS Limited for their invaluable support. As we continue our journey through the Best of Bangladesh in Europe 2023, it's essential to recognize the invaluable contribution of the organizations and individuals who have made this event possible. Their dedication to promoting excellence, innovation, and culture has been instrumental in shaping this remarkable occasion. Let us express our sincere gratitude to the following contributors: Ministry of Commerce, Bangladesh; Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bangladesh; Embassy of Bangladesh to the Netherlands; Export Promotion Bureau, Bangladesh; Netherlands Enterprise Agency; Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, Netherlands; Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality of the Netherlands; Center for the Promotion of Import, CBI; Economic and Social Council of the Netherlands, SER; Sustainable Apparel Coalition; Loudest Foundation; Better Work; International Accord; Fairware Foundation; RAP Compliance; Ethical Trade Initiative; Amphori; Oxfam; Social and Labor Convergence Program; G-Star Raw; We Fashion; Orange Corner; Good Fashion Fund; Fashion for Good; Open Supply Hub; Quaternius Holding, True Value, One to Watch, Labeled by RenewCell, Upcycle Labs, Lariv International Ingest, Light Castle Partners, Sprout Economics. Each of these entities has played a pivotal role in bringing together this global community, fostering collaborations and showcasing the best Bangladesh industry and culture. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the organizations. Now we would begin our panel session. For this panel exploring opportunities in Bangladesh agri-food sector, I am requesting the speakers of the fourth panel session, Bangladesh Agri-Food, to come to the stage. It's about Bangladesh Agri-Food, a next opportunity for collaboration. First, I would may I kindly request Frederik Vossenaar, Special Envoy for the Netherlands Ministry of Agriculture. I'm really sorry. We have Jan Haak, President of Quaternius Holding, leading food innovations. Also joining us is William Skoustra, Program Director at Seed NL Supporting Agriculture. Adding his expertise is Shamsul Arifin Khaled, pioneering sustainable practices at Nourish Group. Next is Fauzia Yasmin, Director of Ispahani Agro, driving collaboration and growth. Matthias Brianen, Director at Lariv International, will moderate this discussion forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our panelists. Total duration of the plenary will be 45 minutes. Reminder bells will be played at 25th and 40th minutes for the attention of the moderator and the panel. Thank you so much, moderator. The stage is yours now. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Let me stand. I think that's more appropriate. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Bangladesh, from the Netherlands, elsewhere, maybe in Europe, good morning. Welcome to this panel session where we will talk about the development opportunities in the agri-food sector in Bangladesh and how we might intensify also the cooperation between the Netherlands and Bangladesh in the near future. So I'm very pleased that we have here a very experienced group of people from Bangladesh and the Netherlands who would like to share their views on the opportunities in the agri-food sector. So maybe starting from right, the pleasure that we have here, Mr. Jan Haak, who is I would say, a senior veteran in the Dutch international trade. Lots of experience also in the agri-food sector in Asia. So a pleasure to have you here, sir.
Hello, yeah?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Jan Haak, happily married, 2 children and 6 grandchildren. That's why I'm here, for their future. And the future of the best of the Netherlands to combine with the best of Bangladesh, the right choice for the title of this event.
Excellent. Then, thank you, Mr. Haak. Then, secondly, I would like to introduce you, Mr. Freek Vossenaar, who is the special envoy on behalf of the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture. Freek, you've recently been in Bangladesh. Maybe you would like to share a few words on your personal background?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I work for the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality, and for the Dutch in the audience, you might have the impression that the Ministry of Agriculture had disappeared in a big cloud of nitrogen or other emissions, but still, I think the promotion of foreign trade is very much on our radar. And we used to be, when we talked about promoting exports, it was bringing like boxes of biscuits to foreign markets, or the export of live cattle, I don't know. But nowadays, it is much more than about knowledge, about technology. The Netherlands is quite small. We don't have the areas to produce seed potatoes for the whole world in our country, but we can assist other countries to produce potatoes. We can assist other countries to produce tomatoes. So our horticultural sector, I think, is one of the most competitive in the world. And there is a huge interest in our technology and knowledge in countries like Bangladesh, which is growing GDP with a growing middle class, with so many people living there, and with such a high need for processed and safe food. The Dutch are a natural partner for the development of the agribusiness in Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Vossenaar. And then to my right, we have the honor to have Mr. Khaled, who is the director of Nourish Poultry, one of the leading companies in livestock in Bangladesh. Mr. Khaled, maybe a few words as a personal introduction, please.
Good morning. I'm Shamsul Arifin Khaled. I'm the director of Nourish Poultry Group. It's also the part of the Khalid Group of Industries. So actually, Nourish Poultry is actually focusing on the poultry and the livestock sector, but we are trying to diversify into the agriculture sector. And I think the Netherlands is the right partner in order to improve our sustainability and the reliability of the agri-industry. And to us, agri-industry is very, very important, as majority of our people, they live in the rural areas, and the rural emancipation is very, very important to us. And to do it in the right direction, I think the technical know-how and the technology and the knowledge sharing is very, very important. So we are here to get the right direction and the know-how and the partnership and everything from Netherlands, as Netherlands and Bangladesh is very similar to some extent in both a delta-like country and highly densely populated country. So I think this is the right choice, and thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you.
Excellent. Great to have you here. So on my left, we have Willem Schoustra, who is the director of Seed&L. Willem, maybe a few words on your personal background.
Yeah, thank you, Matthias. Yeah, where to start? I was born in Friesland, in the north of the Netherlands, and I was grown up between the cows, so I studied animal science in Wageningen University. But now director of Seed&L, so into seeds. So for some people that's a big leap, but you will see that it is also really close connected. In between, I've been working for the Ministry of Agriculture for many years, and the last 4 years also as agriculture counselor in Vietnam, which we will see have sometimes similar challenges as Bangladesh when it comes to water-related challenges and deltas. Seed&L, public-private initiative, really to strengthen the access of high-quality seeds for farmers in the Global South. And we do that through knowledge sharing and also to initiating and supporting new initiatives.
Excellent, thank you, Willem. And finally, we have Ms. Yasmin of Isbahani Group. Yeah, please, you might stand if you wish. Perhaps a short, brief personal intro and also about your company, please.
Thank you. I have a small presentation.
Yeah, correct.
Now, or?
If it's possible, yeah, you can accompany that in your presentation. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am Fauzia Yasmin from Isbahani Agro Limited. Isbahani Agro is a sister concern of Isbahani Group of company. Isbahani Group has a 200 years heritage of business in Bangladesh, and pioneer in many fields like tea, textile, food, jute, and many others. And Isbahani Agro Limited is working with inputs for farmer like seed, biopesticide, and other inputs, and output for the consumer. So Isbahani Agro is dealing with the input and output for both market. And the objective of Isbahani Agro Limited is to develop a sustainable and environmental friendly agriculture system. Can I have the clicker? Okay, automatic. Thank you. Bangladesh is an agriculture-based country. Agriculture sector has a vital role to the development of Bangladesh. The transition took place since 1980. The contribution came down to 11.2 in GDP, and still 37% workforce engaged in agriculture sector. Agro-food processing industry contributes 1.7% to GDP, and with an export share of 3.5%. And the industry size is 50.8 billion, and the agriculture export is growing at a CAGR 18%. Domestic market for agro-processed food stood 2.6 billion and experiencing a growth of 8%. The contribution of agriculture, we know that has a tremendous influence in the development. Bangladesh is already reached to a top of production list for many crops, like in rice, it is third, freshwater fish also in third position, dried chili second position, and potato and ginger in the seventh position. So now we have to think about the forward linkage that we could achieve the production side. And agriculture growth contributed to the poverty reduction and other macroeconomic conditions. Poverty reduced from 48.9% in 2002 to 18.7% in 2022. We have so much opportunities and yet some challenges to address for the future development. Due to climate change, 1/3 GDP can lose. Then high logistic cost comprises 4.5 to 48% of total sale, depending on the type of the product. And post-harvest activities loss is 40%. So we need to concentrate in this area, and access to finance is a big challenge for the marginal farmer, even for the business owner also. And regional and global trade barrier, policy regulation, limitation to technology adoption, and decrease of arable land with the increase of population. These are the challenges we need to address. Next. Why Bangladesh? Bangladesh has a tremendous scope in agriculture and food sector. Global population to reach 9.7 billion in 2050, and 68% of population will live in the urban area. Demand for food will increase by 60% by 2050, and Bangladesh will become the 9th largest consumer market by 2030. And Bangladesh is strategic gateway to the countries to Asia Pacific. And location near to China and India, actually access to 2.9 billion consumers who are spending more than 8.5 trillion currency annually. Next. The potential area, we have already achieved the production side and horticulture and our food grain. Now we need to concentrate in the processing and the advanced forward value chain linkage so that we can create the safe consumer market as well as for the export market. We need to concentrate food processing, dairy and poultry, edible oil, tissue culture, development, multi-purpose cold storage facilities, fish processing. And climate challenge can create the investment opportunity also. There is opportunity in climate adaptive approach, climate resilient agro inputs, solar powered irrigation, solar powered cold storage, digital climate smart agriculture advisory system, what you were talking about today, and solar power plant, which is necessary for Bangladesh. Next. We are here for the opportunity for achieving sustainable growth. We know Netherlands are so advanced. How can we adopt the technology and accelerate our growth with the help of Netherlands technology? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Yasmin. And actually, you're already setting the scene for the discussion today. We'd like to learn a bit more on your views on what can we do together in order to accelerate the agri-food sector in Bangladesh. Maybe agenda for today. We have about 20-25 minutes left. I would like to share the floor to each of you. I have a couple of questions in mind which I would like to address to you. And then I also like to have a few moments left also to give the audience the opportunity to ask questions to the panelists. Before we move ahead, maybe a short intro myself. Matthias Brina, working for Larive. We are a Dutch headquartered business development advisory firm. We support companies with doing business in emerging markets, including Bangladesh, where we are represented by a local firm named Light Castle Partners. We do have quite some exposure also in the agri-food sector, poultry, aquaculture, horticulture, having the pleasure, amongst others, to work together with leading firms such as Nourish. For today, maybe starting with Mr. Hake, you have decades of experience in the agri-food sector, in developments in other countries. Could you share your views on what kind of parallels do you see Bangladesh versus other markets, perhaps in Southeast Asia?
Okay, I'm now 76 years old. I was born in the fields under machinery, and if you go to the supermarket, you see my name. I'm the oldest of the oldest in the family. We sold that firm and we invested in various others, let's say, consumer-oriented investments. Because if there's no consumer, it's a waste of time to produce something. That's essential, number one. My experience started with Wageningen, Harvard, and the Hebrew University. And I'm convinced today that the Netherlands, we are the number one, not only in products export, because that's just the delta throughput. Yes, products are important for the Netherlands, but more important is that 20 billion of systems and technology which we have available for the world. In that, we are the number one in the world. And we can help the world in feeding another 22 billion people, up till 10 billion, whatever. The world is big enough, stop making war, and we are there. If you look at Bangladesh, you are increasing, let's say, till 300, 400 billion people in the next 20 to 30 years. I advised, for amongst others, Chinese government, other governments, in similar processes of urbanization, going from 65% urban up till today. I think China is in the 40s, 45. And you will, because of land limitations, because of your population not getting poorer, but ending slavery in agriculture, you are going to urbanize. And the money is in the cities, not in the rural areas. The rural areas are important to guarantee the food security in quality and in quantity. Essential. And in that we have experience. We are combining experience from the Maas-Rhine Delta. That's another 60 million people. For example, with 3 deltas we have experience in China. There are 3. And you are one of the most important deltas on the other side, on the Indian Ocean, which is essential to have a similar development as the Netherlands to feed the environment of your area. You explained it very well in your presentation. Now, you can continue to make individual connections between partners from the Netherlands, SMEs or whatever. This will not be speedy enough in the next 20 years to solve or to all the challenges you have. For that, I think what I already do with other countries, you need a master plan with an agreement on a platform helping your institutions to have the B2B connections. But moreover, you need a kind of master plan to help yourself. And a master plan, in my opinion, is based, that's my experience, on 3 essential elements. First, you need to understand each other. Co-creation, you can teach your young kids on all levels, basic level, medium, higher level, and especially also universities. So I was almost 30 years the head of the FME agro-food technology cluster. I think it's now about 10 billion in turnover. And the success of that is starting with the young people, the entrepreneurial spirit of the entrepreneurs in our industry. They are innovative, they are creative. That curricula for your schools, I think you should study, adapt it, and for example, NUFIC could be helpful in transferring that technology. So co-creation is the key, understanding each other. Then the second part is co-development. That doesn't mean that we are teaching you, like in the ancient days, what to do. No, it's having respect for each other's, value each other's capabilities, stimulating each other. And this is both physical and by ICT. So in Wageningen, with the Baan family, well known for ICT, there is a kind of software for regional or even provincial and governmental analysis of directions of investments who are profitable. You choose what are your priorities. We can help you in bringing in the data, and as soon as possible you have to use the data yourself. That is called co-development. In the end, this will result in the need in your countryside to feed the cities of, let's say, to feed the cities, and we come back to the renovations or innovations in retailing and consumer analysis, but you need regional innovation centers in a national network. Because to invest in a white elephant, I saw many times. But one stand-alone investment is bound to fail. You need to do it like I'm used to do in the southern part of Israel, in industrial areas who are really tied together and who are with the nucleus, like in the Horti Center in the Netherlands, the nucleus is the education and the research. And then you have the stimulation of investments, and you will find investors from the Netherlands who want to help you. So that is the co-development part. Purely at the moment ICT, because we cannot reach the 20 or 30% of your for 300 million. You cannot reach it physically. You have to do it by ICT. And that means the third part is the communication. Communication by ICT on your app, giving the farmer the right information on his crop disease alert, where to plant, how to plant, when to do what, is all possible because of Copernicus. We have in eLeaf, in Vito, we have all the data from 5 years back. What did you grow? Why it maybe failed? But that's the past. But we are looking for the future. So what should you grow? And that is market-oriented. Don't grow what is able to be grown by that farmer on that field, market-oriented. And for that, you need a retail connection. In the Netherlands, we have Beuk, for example, better food from the short chain. I never liked retailers. I want you to have direct contact with the consumer. Sometimes you need the retailers. But there is more than retailing. There are many other outlets. So you need a platform, also ICT platform, to connect suppliers with consumers and consuming entities, your institutions, your organizations, to stimulate that direct flow of products at the cheapest, most effective way to benefit the whole chain, primarily the development of the farmer.
Thank you, Jan. So, if I may recap, it's no, that's fine. But what I recap is it's a good planning, what you call master plan. It's about education and it's about connectivity, and then a few others are the market driven, but really important. Thank you. Maybe Mr. Colette, you are the leader, I would say, in poultry, but also active in other parts of the industry. If you look to the current developments in the market in Bangladesh, where would you see opportunities to venture? And perhaps you would also like to invite Dutch companies to have a look at.
Thank you. Just if you start with the poultry or the livestock industry, there's some areas we need to focus on. First of all, in Bangladesh for the last few years, we're facing severe problem in the demand-supply mismatch. The market is not at equilibrium. Sometimes oversupply, sometimes the low supply, the price is high, sometimes low. It's because of the not much of sharing of the market information and market research. I think it is very, very important in the agriculture sector because it's a highly perishable product, and if you fail to sell on time, then everybody will suffer. And sometimes the consumers will also suffer because of the short supply. It is very, very important. Number two is the forward linkages. The storage, the logistics, and the processing for the further processing. You need to have the cold chain management and the infrastructure for that. The problem with Bangladesh that everybody is focusing on the productivity. They're not at all focusing on the, not at all. There's a little bit problem in considering the reliability or the sustainability part. And this is another issue. Maybe after 2026, the consumers will be changed because the millennials and the Generation Z, they would be the major decision makers, and they will definitely consider the sustainability and the reliability. So to do that, first of all, we need to do the market research and demand supply, equilibrium. Government can intervene in those areas to how much to produce and what quality we need to attain. So technology is very, very important, but before that, we need to understand that we need to have the proper infrastructure for that, the cold chain and the logistics. And government support is very, very important. In Bangladesh, 95% is the wet market for the poultry and also the cattle. It's not at all hygienic. Whatever we have done in the production level, the reality is the wet market is the hub of the diseases. All the microbes are there. So whatever effort you are doing or giving in the production level, it will be ruined when it comes across the distribution system. So better to have the processing industry. They should give priorities to the processing industry, and the policy support is very, very important. So we have asked to the government to please, in the metropolitan area, give us some space for the processing. They should identify some areas where the wet market shouldn't be allowed. First, to start with some areas with the process, and then automatically it would be phased out, because everybody then understands the significance of the safety and the reliability of the chicken. So to us, the missing link is, it's not about the productivity, it's about the missing link is the storage, the logistic, and the government support, infrastructure, the awareness programs. So these are very, very important. It's not about productivity or the technology. Yes, technology is around, and I think the very good understanding between Bangladesh and Netherlands, and we are gradually observing technological side, but I think we need some support from those areas, the infrastructure and the logistics, and the processing, the further processing area. And of course, the machine learning and AI is one of the major issues nowadays. And we'd like to use those tools to identify the real market scenario, and also some prediction model is needed in the future to identify not only the market area, but your quality assurance areas. So I think AI and machine learning tools need to be implemented to some extent in order to attain the sustainability and the reliability of our products.
So what you tell us is the need for further investments in particularly downstream, cold chain, processing. You as a company, you're particularly strong in the upstream part. Do you consider yourself to venture ultimately, for example, in cold chain logistics? Or?
Yeah, of course. Actually, we're here to focus or concentrate on those areas and to have some sharing, knowledge sharing, and also technology sharing in those areas, the forward integration and the mid-level areas. I think if we invite you to come to Bangladesh and we work together to convince our government that they need to change some rules. Otherwise, it will be very difficult, because the wastages in the food in Bangladesh is really, really alarming. Huge, even in our poultry industry also. Without having a processing, it couldn't be affordable for our producers to run our show, because if only 70% of our chicken is consumed and 30% got wasted, then how come you can compete with the neighboring countries? So I think processing is the solution, and to do that, we need phasing out of the wet market and to have a right direction. And I think the Dutch counterparts can help us to convince our government along with us. And within 5 years, everybody will be different. In Bangladesh, compared to Pakistan and India, I just want to share some thoughts. In Pakistan, usually in the average farm size for the poultry is between 20,000 and 30,000. In India, it's around 4,000 to 5,000. In Bangladesh, it's only 1,000. So it's very, very small farms. So small farmers cannot actually capable of doing sustainable production. So we need to improve the quality of the farms and also the farmers and help them to enhance their production size. I don't want to irrigate the marginal farmers. I want to help them to be a bigger farmers. So I think that should be the approach in Bangladesh.
Excellent. So also clear role for the GGG part. Huh? So maybe then making a step to you, Faik. Huh? You were there in June in Bangladesh. Maybe you can share some words what you've seen, but also how, from a Dutch government perspective, we could support Bangladesh in enhancing particularly the downstream industries.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. Also, thank you to the previous speakers for already pointing out that the government has a huge role to play. I must say, already for a long time, Bangladesh has become on the radar, and all the export promotion that we do is a public-private partnership kind of initiatives that we support. I must also say that the Dutch Enterprise Agency, of whom a representative is here, maybe Nadia, you can stand up and show yourself, because I think you've done the Dutch Enterprise Agency has a great job in disclosing all kinds of information about what's happening in Bangladesh, and sometimes it's in a very detailed level, so entrepreneurs can really take advantage of the information that has been gathered. Dutch Greenhouse Delta is on the brink of publishing a very detailed report about really the details of what's happening in horticulture, so Dutch entrepreneurs can take advantage. But still, in the legislative framework, for example, or to support government services in Bangladesh, indeed there's a role to play for the Dutch government as well. We are, later this year, we'll send some phytosanitary experts to Bangladesh, and maybe Willem can point that out in detail, because you're also part of that mission, to make sure that the phytosanitary service is up to, knows what it's doing, that we have the right legislation in place to create the enabling environment for companies to do business and to set up a framework for companies to grow. That's also happening in the veterinary field, but I think the first priority is in phytosanitary, and there well, as I said, the government is very willing to step up their efforts. Additionally, I think we need to maybe make an extra effort to promote the opportunities in Bangladesh. We're very much in need of success stories of companies that have managed to do business there and to inspire others. I think Larive also has, you have organized several missions of the clusters that you're leading, but we have to make a concerted effort to, in the Dutch agribusiness, to point out the opportunities in Bangladesh. And that goes by trade missions, but certainly also on a more easy way to bring the good news stories to the people.
Interesting one, Faik. And indeed, well, we were just discussing, Mr. Khaled, prior to this session, that we have constructed a demonstration layer farm together, which we're currently doing some trials. We do hope to have a formal opening later this year, also with the Dutch embassy. And then I guess it's important that we also showcase that there are truly remarkable success stories between Dutch and Bangladeshi parties in Bangladesh and share the word. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Yasmin, and I have a particular question. What I learned from your presentation is that you are active in various segments of the agri-food value chains, also working a lot together with farmers. Mr. Khaled mentioned already the structure in various value chains in Bangladesh, that there are many smallholders. What's your experience in working with smallholders, particularly in terms of contract farming and your practical experiences?
Thank you for this question. Actually, when we started seed production without contract farming, it is not possible because it needs supervision, close supervision. So we take a group of farmer with a lead farmer, so that we train them, we build them capacity, we give them input support so that we can get back the seed. But very recently, I can give you an example. Very recently, we have conducted a pilot project on climate-affected area with the seed and biopesticide, climate-resilient inputs. So there, actually, the business concept is like that. We provide seed and climate-resilient inputs to the farmer on credit, because in the climate-affected area, if they are marginal farmer, they don't have any capacity, they're leaving their cultivation practice because they cannot produce their crop. So to introduce them that with climate-resilient seed, they can produce their crop. So we did a pilot project. We gave them inputs. Then throughout the production period, we gave them counseling, work for their capacity building. Then we bought back their produces so that they can have an ensured market. So they got the access to finance, they got support for their capacity building, and they got the access to finance. And as I mentioned that we are working in the input and output market, then after buying their produces, then after processing, we supplied it to the consumer through our distribution network. It was a successful piloting, because when we introduced and showed through the demonstration that this seed is actually how it is working, and biopesticide, by using biopesticide, is it environmentally friendly? It helps the climate change adoption, for the adoption of climate change effect. When they see that it is working, they come back. And as we are sharing their risk, so they're ready to take this risk. And when finally they saw that it is profitable for them, they came back for the cultivation practice. So it will work. Our piloting is very successful, so we are going to scale up this business model. So it is successful that with the contract farming, we are able to take the technology, we can give them technology, we can disseminate the technology to capacity building. What is the challenge for the farmers? It is possible to provide through the contract farming.
Excellent. And to which other crops or value chains are you going to extend this cooperation?
Yes.
You have cotton. Do you also consider to extend to other crops?
Yes. We are already working with rice and horticulture in those southern belt where salinity affected area, and northern belt where drought prone area. So where the product needs less water and salinity tolerant variety. That's why actually we are looking for more climate resilient inputs so that we can introduce and we can accelerate the project idea.
Excellent, thank you. And that's the next step also to you, Willem. So horticulture and climate conditions. Your experience from Vietnam, which of those could we perhaps leverage to Bangladesh?
Yeah, thank you for asking these questions, and let me elaborate just upon what all the previous speakers have already been bringing forward. But what my experience in Vietnam compared to, for example, Bangladesh, they are both delta countries. I think Mr. Haq was already referring to it. So you have to deal with the effects of climate change and with the effects of water and water management. And I think that is very crucial. But in the end, you can deal with the water and you can deal with the climate change, but you also want to increase your productivity of the land. So you have to adopt your agricultural system to the water management and to the climate change. I think that is crucial to do, and that also means that you really have to work together and not only work with an agricultural view or with a water view or with a climate change view, but really bringing those fields together. And that's, I think, also what Mr. Haq was referring to by co-creating and co-developing. And that's actually also what we do as SeedNL, as the public-private partnerships within the Netherlands Food Partnership, because the SeedNL is embedded in the Netherlands Food Partnership. And this Netherlands Food Partnership is really trying to facilitate this co-creation and co-development with knowledge of good endeavors, but sometimes also with a little bit less good endeavors. And we have to build up that experiences. And the other side, to bring the right partners together. What has made Dutch agriculture strong is, I think, by really working together between government, Mr. Vossenaar was referring to that, research, and the private sector. And let's also not forget civil society. By really working together. And I think when we can do that here in Holland, partnering up with the same families in Bangladesh, we can really co-create and really co-develop, especially in fields like agro-water. Let me also mention saline agriculture, sustainable agriculture, all really important. And of course, I have to repeat it, you said it first, seed. And I think seeds are crucial when you really want to really invest in more high-value crops and also provide an income to all the farmers in Bangladesh. And that's something we can also do together between the Netherlands and Bangladesh. You have wonderful skills, wonderful people. We are coincidentally very good in vegetable seeds and potato seeds. And I'm sure there is a lot of expertise in Bangladesh as well. Let's partner up. And Mr. Vossenaar was referring to a mission later this year. We are going to Bangladesh with a scoping mission to see if we can partner up on seed sector development. So let me close up there.
Excellent, Willem, thank you. And I notice we run a bit out of time, so I would like to give the floor to maybe one or two questions from the audience. So is anyone having any questions for any of our panelists? Not altogether. Maybe, Nadia, you on behalf of the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, yeah, I'm giving you the floor. Maybe you don't have to ask any question, but maybe you have any interesting developments you would like to share. So I understood there is a report upcoming on the horticulture sector. Anything else you would like to share on engagements that the Netherlands Enterprise Agency currently has or which are upcoming towards Bangladesh? Nadia. And, yeah, there we go.
So thank you for giving me the floor. I didn't expect that. So yeah, we are currently doing a lot of projects actually on horticulture because Bangladesh is now a combi country for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And that means that we combine trade with development. So we have this combi track on sustainable horticulture, and we're trying to do a lot of different projects within the combi track. One of them is the seed scoping mission, and also what Freek already mentioned is the phytosanitary mission that we will do in December. And next to that, we hope to set up some impact clusters with different companies from both the Netherlands and Bangladesh in sustainable horticulture. So we're really looking forward to do more projects on this topic. And yeah, let's work together on this, and looking forward to start a lot of new projects with all of the people involved in this room. So thank you for everyone.
Thank you, Nadia. Anyone else from the audience? Any questions? And if not, and then I would like to conclude, and thank you all for attending this session. Also, thank you, my dear panelists, for sharing your experiences, your views on the Bangladeshi market and how we could further intensify the cooperation between the Netherlands and Bangladesh. Personally, I would like to also address that Bangladesh, I think it's a fantastic market, irrespective of the economics, which are incredible. One of the fastest growing markets in Asia in the recent years. A tremendous future ahead in various industries, aquaculture, poultry, horticulture, cold chain, cross-linkages in between. So, I mean, we're excited. So we also do hope that we can jointly foster the further growth and enjoy the cooperation between both nations. I would like to thank, although he's not present at current, the Ambassador Rias for lining up this panel, and we do hope to see you all in Bangladesh or the Netherlands. And thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you so much. And before we conclude this panel session, may I kindly request all the esteemed guests, please come forward to take a group photo. Yes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please express your gratitude to our distinguished speaker, Frederick Vosner, Jan Haak, William Skoustra, Samsul Arifin Khaled, Fauzia Yasmin, and Matthias Brienen for their valuable contributions. As we conclude this session, I encourage you to all continue these crucial conversations throughout the event. Our journey is far from over, and there's much more to explore and discover. And at the Best of Bangladesh 2023, our networking break will begin very shortly, and our next panel session will start at 1:30 p.m. And also, you can enjoy in this networking break our food bazaar, our art exposition, live painting, exhibitions, and expo, and also, of course, networking. So please, we encourage you to make this the most of this networking break by exploring these attractions. And remember, lunch will be served at 12:30 p.m. So be sure to return this dining area at 12:30 p.m. And we will start our next panel session at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As our lunch being delayed for a little bit moment, so we'll start our next session in few minutes. During this time, please take your seats, and yes, hopefully we will love this session. Our next second panel session for today is about sustainable sourcing realities, challenges, achievements, and next steps. It will commence shortly. Please kindly take your seats. Our next session is about impact investing and next frontier. I hope you will enjoy this session. Please be seated. Thank you. And please fill up the front seats, front row. I would kindly request everyone to come and please have your seat because our next panel session will start shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second panel session for today, Impact Investing, a Next Frontier. So now I present the pioneers of impact investing joining us today on the stage. First, we have a seasoned impact entrepreneur and pioneer in early stage impact investing, Jaap Jan Verboom, founder of Impact Fund, True Value. Adding his expertise is William Krimek, leading investments at One to Watch Fund. We also have Eric Pariger from Orange Corners, supporting young entrepreneurs in emerging markets. Makheld Wiens from True Value, leading impact programs worldwide, will moderate this session. Please welcome on the stage esteemed panelists, honored panelists, please.
Is it working? Yeah? Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, I really would like to welcome you warmly to this session about impact investing. And as you have seen, we're starting a little bit later because we really wanted you to enjoy a wonderful lunch. So I hope you're fully prepared at this moment. And we also hope that some other people still taking and enjoying the lunch will come later as well. So, as already announced, my name is Machteld Ooyens, and I have the pleasure to moderate this session in the next 45 minutes. This session, as said, will be about impact investing. So what we really try to do today in this session is to take a deep dive into the impact investing world in Bangladesh. We would like to shed a little bit of light on the perspective of investors, as I have here on my side, and possibly also here in the audience. The perspective of impact investors in Bangladesh, and also see what is needed, more needed, to open up this whole vibrant impact investing industry. I have my guest speakers, my panelists here on my left, right, so I will introduce them later on to you. These gentlemen, they're going to be talking about their experiences they have in Bangladesh, the experience they have with impact investing, but also they would like to talk about how to unlock more private capital to this world of impact investing, how to invest with impact in order to support the Bangladeshi economy and also achieve the SDGs by 2030. And also how to see how we can increase the number of more impact enterprises with a viable business model. So that's what we're about to do in this session. And I think, before I introduce my panelists, I think it's really nice for them to also know a little bit more about who's in the audience today, and also gives us a bit of an impression of who we're talking to. So we're not going to do this with a high-tech way, just the old-fashioned way by, raising hand. There's a lot of light here, so I'll just walk on this catwalk. It's the first time I'm doing that, so I'm really lucky. Just to know, who else in this audience is already investing, either as an impact investor or as an investor in a more general sense in Bangladesh? Just raise your hands if you're doing so. There are none. Okay, so gentlemen, you really have a big task in front of you. Then maybe just to see, are there any representatives of companies from Bangladesh here in the audience? Yeah, I see Mr. Tawhid Salam. Welcome. Some other? No. And representatives of companies here in the Netherlands or in Europe sourcing from Bangladesh? Okay, there we have a little bit more. Representatives from governmental side, from governmental agencies? Here. I think also in the back, isn't it? That's because we know each other. And then from NGOs or foundations? Oh, that's very interesting. There are a couple of more. Well, great. Thank you so much for being here, and really good to have like a mixed audience. Now, before we continue, and before we I'm gonna give the floor to my panelists, I thought it really nice to, if we talk about impact investment, to show you an example, a good practice on video, an inspirational case, which really tells the story in itself. So I hope the technicians can help me out now, because we would like to show you a story of the company in Bangladesh called Classical Handmade Products, CHP. And after this video, I'll tell you a little bit more about it. So I hope the technicians are ready.
Sustainability cultivates communities through connectivity. Native water hyacinths are resilient wastes that persistently grow in water bodies across Bangladesh. Years of experimentation have led us to develop an answer that can help communities transform them into treasure. Local source and treat water hyacinths, developing and designing them into handcrafted products. An answer to the future of sustainable businesses that encourages clean environmental practices and ethnic innovation. Our business is a solution for sustainability that gives dignity back to people, profiting people at every stage of the chain. Meet the next generation of eco-friendly, sustainable handcrafts made in Bangladesh. Our values are dignity, sustainability, authenticity, collaboration, and community. Artisans are trained in processes developed by industry experts, introducing them to a new opportunity to become entrepreneurs and grow their skills. A process made to perfection, a human touch that is farmed and fabricated, connecting us through love, a beautiful craft that heals. Classical homemade products, Bangladesh.
Yeah, maybe a warm applause for this wonderful story. What you did not see in this video, because it's a very short video, also for sake of time, but is that this company was founded by Mr. Tawhid Salam, who's also sitting here in the audience. He started in the north of the country in 2008, actually with a very small group of people, and is now already employing almost 4,000 workers. Many of them are women workers, and paying a lot of and good attention also to the working conditions for these workers. He's exporting to many different countries, especially to Spain, to Germany, to the US, to Sweden, and there CHP is actually partnering with two impact investors, actually two Dutch impact investors. So he has benefited himself from receiving impact investments in Bangladesh. Now, the entrepreneur, as I said, and unfortunately there's not that much more time to tell about your wonderful company, Tawhid, but he is in our midst. So if you're interested to hear more about his story, about his journey, also see his amazing products, then please go look for him yourself. So let me now take a seat and go to our panelists, because that's when the Q&A session actually starts. And let me introduce my panelists to you. Actually, before really going, this round for the three people sitting next to me and telling where they come from, who they are, and who they represent, I would like to start with the person in the middle, who is Jaap-Jan Verboom. And we thought it would be good to, before doing the whole Q&A session, to also take some time to give you an introduction about the world of impact investing in Bangladesh. So we will start with an introduction about impact investing, and after that I will announce also who the two other gentlemen are, and they will also represent themselves. Let me tell you about Jaap-Jan Verboom. He's the founder and director of Truevalue Impact Investments, and he started this company 8 years ago. He has already offices in 4 different countries, and one of the countries is Bangladesh, where a very dedicated and professional team is working for Truevalue. Truevalue offers SMEs capital, usually mainly equity capital and loans, but besides that they also offer business development services, access to markets, access to technology, and a lot of different coaching. So with this very interesting team in Bangladesh, you already have like 8 years of experience now, which you are about to share. So please, Jaap-Jan Verboom, if you can lead us or introduce us a little bit more to the world of impact investing. I'll give you 5 minutes, so because it's really sharp time management this time. And after that, I will introduce the other two. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Machteld, and I would gladly like to do that. 5 minutes is very short, so let me try to keep it brief as well by just sharing a bit of our own story of how we started in Bangladesh. Maybe to start with, let me give you a bit of a rough painting of the financial landscape in Bangladesh. There are many actors, all in their own segment. There's the banks, obviously, and other financial institutions, but they mainly finance larger corporations. And if they would finance SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, then it's mainly in working capital finance, not so much in the capital expansion. Then, obviously, there are numerous NGOs and also microfinance institutions that do the micro-enterprises and the cottage financing. A large group to address, very important, but not so much serving, again, the SMEs. There are hardly any private equity and venture capitalist firms in Bangladesh active at the moment. There are a few, mostly very commercial, very little focus on impact. And so that is why we felt already 8 years ago that there was a clear niche, so to say, for us to start impact investing in SMEs, in small and medium-sized enterprises, with a clear focus on impact, on a positive, measurable change. So Why did we choose Bangladesh? As Machteld said, there are other offices, we have other offices in other countries as well. So why did we choose Bangladesh? A couple of reasons. I share them with you because I think they're also valid for other investors. First of all, Bangladesh is showing a strong and steady economic growth, as we also heard yesterday and earlier today. One of Bangladesh's competitive advantages lies in its workforce. It's a big country, many people, but also a large workforce, very committed and to some extent also largely trained, highly motivated, offering businesses a valuable resource that can drive growth and productivity. Then thirdly, as an investor, you can rely on a pool of good quality advisors. We have our own team in Bangladesh. It's a great asset, so to say, for us to have that team locally present. It can help us, it can help others to be active as an investor in Bangladesh. Fourthly, Bangladesh is a nation with a large local market. It's having a rapid growing number of consumers and therefore ample opportunities to develop and invest. The country's economy is transitioning into a middle income status, signaling a positive, promising future for those who invest wisely. So in summary, impact investing in Bangladesh presents the chance to achieve good financial returns while creating meaningful changes in the value chains that we invest in, benefiting small producers and generating decent employment opportunities for many, including young people and women. But despite these advantages, Bangladesh also faces challenges that some investors are concerned about. To name a few, the bureaucratic and sometimes unclear regulatory framework is an administrative hurdle that slows down investments and sometimes also scares off investors. There are uncertainties about capital repatriation and exits, especially for equity investments. Amongst others, this is related to the informalcy of the economy and the relatively large number of small businesses lacking compliance, not strong enough to also fit that regulatory environment. Another hurdle is the negative portrayal of Bangladesh, for instance in the media, that can influence investors' perceptions and dampen their interest. And we also experience that if we try to find co-investors in our deals. Finally, as you will notice also here, there's a lot of focus on the garment industry, while other sectors, for instance like agriculture, are quite underdeveloped. We discussed about it this morning, but also in the morning we heard about the big roadmap that is still needed to further develop the agricultural sector. This limits opportunities for investors that want to look into other sectors than the garment industry. In conclusion, impact investing is still in its infancy stage, and several hindrances need to be overcome. As an investment company, we choose to focus on the opportunities, and these opportunities are really to create impact and contribute to the sustainability agenda of the country. That is precisely what convinces us to be active in Bangladesh, and what also should convince others to be active in Bangladesh. Because despite its rapid growth, Bangladesh faces significant social challenges. As an investor, your involvement can make a substantial difference in the lives of millions, and you can help the country meet its main challenges. To mention a few of these challenges, first of all, the cost of climate change. Bangladesh scores high on all sorts of ranking, but also on a ranking of countries most vulnerable to climate change. The country is prone to natural disasters and environmental degradation. Land is shrinking, and there are agri-losses. Bangladesh needs impact investments to help fulfill its nationally determined contributions committed after the Paris Agreement. Relevant investments are, for example, needed in clean, sustainable sources of energy, climate-smart agri-practices, cold chain logistics, and etc. Bangladesh also needs investments through a gender lens. According to the ADB, about 65% of the women are unbanked, and only 7% of SME businesses are women-owned. And women occupy only around 8% of the top-level positions. We know that the business case of investing in gender equality and diversity is clear. To enable a gender-diverse business environment, it is important to invest in women-led and women-focused countries. Last but not least, as discussed yesterday, there are enormous challenges and new opportunities because of the EU legislation on due diligence and reporting, affecting corporates and brands on this side of the world, as well as the producers and suppliers in Bangladesh. Impact investors can support export-oriented Bangladeshi companies to fully embrace sustainability practices as a core strategy of their operations and showcase their ESG contribution in waste, energy reduction, process efficiency, renewable energy, labor standards, and etc. Cost involved are high though, and on the short term, the business case is not always clear, especially not where buyer and supplier relationships are fluctuating constantly. A commitment between brands, investors, and SMEs in a partnership could actually facilitate long-term relationships and ensure investments to become more sustainable. Let me leave it with this. I hope this gave you a good, short outlook into the thinking of an impact investor in Bangladesh.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jaap-Jan. And I think indeed it was very clear and very insightful. And I mean, there's so much to tell, of course, about impact investing. So good to have this quick overview. And maybe too, I now realize that I did not mention it in the beginning, but really to emphasize impact investing for us here on stage is really about investing into measurable social and economic, environmental return with also financial return on the side. So I think that's good to emphasize, to have the clear discussion about it. Now, thank you so much, Jaap-Jan. I also have Erik Pariger of Orange Corners here on stage, and also Willem Grimming of One to Watch. I really would like to ask the two of you as well to briefly introduce yourself and also the organization, the company that you represent. May I start with you, Erik? You have the mic.
Thank you, May Machtel. Thank you very much. And thank you again to Jaap-Jan for setting the scene on the impact investment front. I think that's very useful and important in this session. My name is Erik. I represent a program called Orange Corners. It's a program initiated by the Dutch government in 2016, where we're now active in 17 countries and regions. It's mostly Africa and Middle East focused, and we consider Bangladesh our special exception because it's a force that is to be reckoned with, I guess. And for us, that means that we found the power of Bangladesh so compelling that we were convinced we needed to start our program in Bangladesh as well. Orange Corners delivers three kinds of support. First of all, we work on ecosystem strengthening. So we run a number of projects through our network at the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, where Orange Corners is based as well, to help support the entrepreneurial ecosystem. You can think of helping entrepreneurial education, so to ingrain entrepreneurship into the knowledge institutes. You can think of helping financial institutions with their ability to invest in young entrepreneurs as well. Second of all, we run a number of training programs around incubation and acceleration. I hope you're all familiar with the terms. If not, come find me afterwards. It's all technical knowledge here. But we help young entrepreneurs to start and grow their business. And in Bangladesh, we do this in partnership with our local implementing partners, YY Ventures and BYLC. And third and not least, and I think this is also most relevant for this panel, we run an access to finance program that is called the Orange Corners Innovation Fund, which is tied to our training program. It's meant to address what we call the missing middle between sort of the initial funding you get from family and friends and your first bank loan or venture capital, where we help young people access small prototype vouchers and some technical assistance to really build their first access to finance and credit history. So that, in a nutshell, is what we do at Orange Corners.
Great, thank you so much, Erik. Very interesting. And One to Watch, Willem.
Yes.
What is it?
Well, thank you, Machtel, and thank you for having me on the panel. And it's great to see you all here in the audience. My name is Willem. I started One to Watch 10 years ago in Nepal. So my journey starts in Nepal, and I'll talk a little bit how I got engaged with Bangladesh. But the environment you sketched, Jaap-Jan, that's something I learned from Nepal by just living there and going out there and see entrepreneurs and see what they actually need. And if you go there and you ask them, they say, what's your business doing? How do you want to grow it? What do you need for that? It's capital, because capital is not provided to them. They're too risky for the banks, and they're too small for any other capital provider. So there's a huge gap. For Bangladesh, so that's a number maybe to take in your head, is the finance gap for Bangladesh is $40 billion for SMEs. So if SMEs take a normal growth path, they need $40 billion to get to their targets. So I learned it in Nepal, and we do basically two things. We support companies with business development support, like a sort of consultancy, sort of advisory, to make them ready to invest. Because if you ask them, hey, what are you doing and how do you want to grow, they have this great story and you can follow them for a week long. But at the end of the day, if you want to finance a company, you need to have something on paper, something which we need to analyze. That's our job. We are fund managers. We need to analyze data. We need to understand the risk before we can make an investment. So we really helped companies to become ready to invest. The second stage then is to provide them access to capital. And we started in 2010-ish, and I looked up what the Global Impact Investment Network started in 2009. So impact investing is still a new kid on the block in the finance spectrum, and maybe we're going to talk about that a little bit more. So I keep it for here for now. But it's a new discipline. It's a new way of financing companies. And after making these companies ready for investment, we started to provide capital to them with a high risk, but also with an expectation it would deliver impact results. And the way we measured it back then was by the number of people we could employ with the investments we were doing in the company. Later on, we moved to climate, because you can't, as an impact investor, you can't avoid climate these days, and for the right reasons. If you drive through the country, if you see Bangladesh, you see the impact of climate in the country. You name it. That's number 7 of the most climate effective countries. So the $4 billion in investments for Bangladesh would be reduced by the climate damages, which is 1% of GDP in Bangladesh. So that's important. What we're doing in climate is putting solar systems on rooftop. And I invite all the garment factories to come here and talk to me and talk about how you can put solar on your rooftops, because it's easy and it immediately reduces your carbon emissions. Now that's all in Nepal. We moved to Myanmar in 2018, and because we know that the knowledge we have gained in Nepal is replicable in other geographies, and because of our relationship, we also looked at Bangladesh. And I'm a newcomer to Bangladesh, but I'm quite excited to go there.
Yeah, I'll stop you here for now. Yeah, okay. But we'll continue about that. Thanks so much, Willem. Yeah, because Eric, I wanted to come back to you. I mean, you started, I think, a few years ago in Bangladesh, and I remember you started by doing a scoping mission to really get better understanding of the market. So you've also been looking into the different sectors, isn't it, where you can really see acceleration, where you can really see where impact is possible. So could you tell us a little bit, just briefly, about, what type of sectors you think you could invest in best with the maximum impact to achieve?
Definitely, Machteld. Thank you for that question as well. Well, first of all, I think it's important to mention Orange Corners as a program is sector agnostic, meaning we're there for any entrepreneur who would like to grow. And so we're really keen to helping entrepreneurs on their entrepreneurial journey, whatever sector they're from. That being said, we know that entrepreneurs need a lot of technical knowledge in various sectors. So we really try to narrow down some sectoral focus in the countries where we operate, so including Bangladesh. I think, first of all, we need to emphasize here that we would encourage entrepreneurs to focus on those social issues, societal challenges, but also mainly opportunities that are really relevant to the country. In the entrepreneurship field, you often see a lot of copycat behavior. We see a successful startup in Silicon Valley, and we want to become the next Airbnb or the next Uber. And we think that it's really smart and logical to really try to solve societal issues. Yeah. So In Bangladesh, there are a couple of areas that we know, of course. I think currently 83% of the economy is focused on ready-made garments as well. So there's a huge focus there already. There are efforts being placed on diversifying the economy. And some of the areas that we find mainly relevant are agro-food. We see a lot of focus on also imports from other countries when it comes to fruit processing and poultry. And here's a real opportunity to really become self-sufficient in this area and to work more on agro-food. I think renewable energy is another one. Of course, we talked a lot today, and there's another panel upcoming, I think, that relates to climate as well, of the disaster proneness geographically with the delta that we see in Bangladesh, that there's a huge opportunity to also focus on energy reliability. And lastly, I think waste management is a very important sector. There's a huge urbanization happening in Bangladesh. I think by 2050, Dhaka is predicted to become the third largest city in the world even, if I'm not mistaken, so correct me if I'm wrong. But these are some areas that we have really highlighted in our ecosystem mapping that we think we would like to focus on in coming years.
And where most impact can also be achieved.
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay.
Also in relation to the societal issue front.
Yeah. And then for you, Willem, because like you already emphasized, you're a new kid on the block. So you're new into the Bangladeshi market. Are these also the sectors that you would like to be focusing on more?
There's definitely a lot of overlap. For us as an impact investor and the lens that I have now towards Bangladesh, it would be mostly focused on climate. How can Bangladesh keep their economy growing? And you need the SMEs for that, because soon the SME contribution to the GDP will become more than it is today. So that's the segment. The SME is the segment where we're focusing on. But how can we support the SMEs who can mitigate climate risk or adapt to the climate changes that Bangladesh is already witnessing? And there's definitely a lot of overlap with the sectors that you're calling.
Yeah, great. Before coming to you, Jaap-Jan, because I have another question for you, but first I would like to come back to you, Eric, because I hear from both of you quite some possibilities, opportunities related to climate, to green, to waste, to energy, and obviously a lot more. And actually these are also then related to the RMG sector, which is, again, a very important topic in this event. I think you're working a lot more with younger entrepreneurs, and the two of you are a little bit working more with like the SME, the middle segment in the market. Looking at the entrepreneurs you're working with as Orange Corners, how do you think that the type of acceleration programs and also the capacity building type of programs you have, that you implement, can really contribute to making these entrepreneurs, these companies more investment ready in order to make them also able to contribute to these SDG goals? Is that something you could tell us a bit more about?
Definitely, Machteld, thank you. No, I think you could consider us today on stage a younger brother of the two gentlemen and the two organizations here. I'm purely talking the organizational front here next to me. No, I think if I could name three things, it would be collaboration, 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 because I think this is so important that we start to take this holistic view of entrepreneurship. It's not about training only, because you can train a young entrepreneur and put them in an ecosystem that might not be as conducive yet to helping them further on their journey. I think Bangladesh is rapidly developing as an economy also. We heard about the middle income status that we know about. But if we look at the ease of doing business, if we look at the Global Entrepreneurship Index, for instance, in 2019, you see that Bangladesh is still ranking 134 out of 137. So apparently it's still very difficult to run and set up a business in Bangladesh. And I think incubators and accelerators can really help in this journey, helping people with building their business. But there's also more they can do in collaborating to help build the entire ecosystem. And I think that needs to involve all parties. We're not only talking the incubators and accelerators here. We're talking about all of you in the room today. We're talking about civil society. We're talking about government. We're talking about private sector, which can really share their knowledge as a big business on various issues, in-kind collaborations with programs like this. We're talking technical expertise, like fabrication labs, where people can really test out their products, build their prototypes. So I think this is all of key importance. One thing that I would really like to emphasize, which we really need to see in the impact investment front, the financial plan is very, very, very important. I think people, planet, profit is of course the main slogan we hear here, but we need to realize that we cannot make profit without people and planet. We really need to have this impact focus in their business, because without people and planet, there is no profit to be made. But without profit, it also becomes harder to deliver our promise on people and planet. So really help young entrepreneurs with a good socially impactful idea also to build a sound financial model. I think these are of main importance. Maybe as a very last remark, I'm really glad to have everyone in the room here today, to have us here on stage today, because even in the conversations leading up to this panel, I think there's so much more we can even do with Truvaloo, with Want to Watch, with all of you here, to also build collaborations that go beyond only the players that are already present in Bangladesh, but also anyone who would really like to contribute to this journey. So please seek us out, seek each other out to really build this collaboration.
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that, because indeed, just for your information, I think also this Best of Bangladesh event also really brought us together. And it's really a perfect opportunity to meet many more stakeholders in Bangladesh, but also in the Netherlands, and really see, what we can do in a complementary way together. So collaboration, that's what you mentioned. I think collaboration was also mentioned yesterday and also in this morning's session. It's definitely key to bring a lot of stakeholders with different specialisms together also in Bangladesh. And I think, we're talking about investors, but also still there's still budget and there's still funding needed also from NGO side, from governmental side, from foundation side, to really catalyze impact. And that is actually something I wanted to talk to you about, Jaap-Jan, because you have a lot of experience now in Bangladesh, but also in the other countries. So what kind of opportunities actually do you see in really bringing together the private sector, the impact investors, and also the development agencies to really catalyze this impact? So what is needed? So please, can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, thanks for that question. And indeed, I would say this is all about balancing costs, risks, and returns. And from the conversation so far, you already have learned that costs are high and risks are high. And why is that? There is a very high level of informalcy in the sector. Companies are mostly not yet investable, so to say. It's our experience that it can take more than a year actually between getting to know a company and allowing it through our first assessment gates and finally doing an investment in a company, because there's so many not only bureaucratic steps to be taken, that's another hurdle, I mentioned that one as well, but also to actually help the company formalize and become ready for that next level of growth, and also to receive foreign direct investments. And so you can imagine that is a cost factor, which is basically you're not able to cost that into the business model of your investment, right? So that needs to be kind of catered for in certain ways. And there are all sorts of mechanisms nowadays available, impact-linked finance, and etc., that would cater for those costs. There are NGOs working in the ecosystems, improving the investment readiness of businesses. Eric already alluded to that with their investment readiness activities. These are costs that I feel could be also supported by these philanthropic funders. Another aspect, obviously, is the risks associated. I mentioned some of the risks. Some are risks that are just kind of logical to our work. Some are risks that are more related directly to the dynamics in Bangladesh. And again, either interest subsidies or first loss guarantee mechanisms would greatly help to convince impact investors to come. And then, indeed, balancing that cost, risks, and return perspective, so to say, or the balance. If that would happen, then indeed we talk about catalytic funding, because you mentioned two types of players. the philanthropic funders and the development agencies. And I wanted to add one other one, and that is obviously the local capital providers. Because it's important that we talk about this, but I think in the end also local capital providers need to step into these spheres and also become very active in the field of impact investing.
Definitely, and I also think what I also learned yesterday and also this morning, I mean, also the importance of university and knowledge institutions, besides the ones we have already covered, I think is key in these kind of multi-stakeholder settings. So looking at time, before I want to open up the floor also for the rest of you, maybe just one last question for you, Willem. Just if we zoom out a little bit now to an even higher level, really the eco-international systems level. I mean, you have quite some experience also in other countries, especially also in Nepal, of course. Could you say us a little bit more about the regional and global impact investing knowledge and the networks and the resources that are out there that would really help create this leverage at the level of Bangladesh? What would be needed? What is key?
Yeah, thank you, Machteld. Okay, where to start? Yeah,
and keep it short.
Yeah, I definitely think Bangladesh can benefit from the knowledge and the techniques, the instruments that are there globally on impact investing, right? And to build on your points, Jaap-Jan, because you said about collaboration with the NGOs and the investors, I think that's right, because 10 years ago, it was donations, right? You give money, and I still think there's a lot of money given to Bangladesh. There was this Lourdes Foundation who does 250 million to Bangladesh, and only a small size of that cake is into real investments. So what impact investing actually started doing is just moving from donations to investments. And on that continuum, there are several flavors of risk and return instruments and approaches. And those are tested around the world. But still, impact investing is quite new. So if you started impact investing 10 years ago, before you get your first returns and you report your first successes, you've been 5, 6, 7 years down the line. So there are examples out there. There's a lot of testing out there. There's a lot of data out there. So Bangladesh can benefit from that. But then it still needs to enter into the country, right? So if you pick something up in India or from Nepal or Myanmar or Africa, how do you bring that in the country? And I thought about that. And usually what you see is a multiple focus fund, so an impact fund, not purely for profit, not giving away money, coming into Bangladesh, taking a little bit more risk that other investors won't do to invest in SMEs. You can do it with a fund that says, okay, I cover multiple countries and I add Bangladesh to it. But if you look at those funds, they pay minimum attention to Bangladesh because it's often a more difficult country than the other countries that they also cover. For example, India. And India has more experience with impact investing. So what you really need to do to bring that knowledge, to leverage that international knowledge, which is limited, right, into Bangladesh is do it with teams on the ground and use the workforce, because Bangladesh has an excellent workforce. There are excellent professionals there. You talked about that as well, Jaap-Jan. Bring a dedicated fund to Nepal with models that are tested. To Bangladesh, and use the local workforce with the understanding of the dynamics in the country, and start applying those techniques. And I think Nepal, Bangladesh, it needs a roadmap. It needs a roadmap on that continuum, start from donations towards commercial capital, because we need to understand as well that with commercial capital there is volume, right? If you want to cover that 40 billion I was talking about, which is a finance gap for SMEs, that's where the volume is. But you need to start with more risk appetite towards the donor venture philanthropy side of the spectrum.
Okay, clear, at least to me. I think we have about 10 minutes left. or maybe a little bit less. So I really would like to open up the floor to this audience. Let me see if I go stand there because I can't see you that well. But please, if there are any questions from the audience, and I can imagine there are urgent questions you would like to raise to our three guests. Sir, please. I think there's another mic coming. And please tell us your name as well when you raise the question.
My name is Panos Sofianos. I'm coming in from Greece, the country of cotton. We're producing cotton, strange, in Europe still. And I was wondering if there is any idea how this waste could be managed worldwide. We're talking for sure about a country that is deeply involved in cotton processing in various stages, finishing, producing, and so on. We all know that there is a very heavy impact in that. Up to the moment, we're talking only about recycling, but recently I heard that there are many, many other ways. I heard today in the news that Cotton Incorporated is trying to manage the microfibers that come out from cotton, which is a small detail that we have never understood how important it is, this micro thing in our lives, on the whole world. So my question is, do you have something specific to mention about the how should I say? Yes, it's to invest in this very delicate issue. What should be for you the idea? Any news about that?
Who could I give the floor? Is there any? Yeah?
Yes, thank you, Panos. A very specific question, I will say, in a very broad panel on impact investment, of course. Evcharisto. Personally, and I'm going to answer this question personally, I believe in the power of young people to solve a lot of these issues. That doesn't mean I don't believe in the power of everyone here today to solve these issues, but what we do see is a lot of innovative spirit coming out of the kind of startups that we see coming up in various countries, including Bangladesh. I will say that a lot of the countries, what they have in common, and this is the same for Greece, there's an enormously young population. I think, bringing this back to Bangladesh very short, I think over 60% is under the age of 35. Let that sink in. Over 60% is under the age of 35. Over 45% of Bangladesh is under the age of 25. It's an enormously young population. And I think it's a really smart move to work with a lot of innovative business models. There are projects like business challenges, hackathons you might have heard of, where we ask these sectors that are dealing with these issues, like cotton producers, like cotton processing companies, to set these challenges, to ask for solutions coming from the market. Well, I refer again to young people. It's because I work with them daily, so maybe not a surprising answer from my side, but I think we need everyone to contribute to these solutions by way of, for instance, in a project like a hackathon, to deliver solutions to address these problems. So I'm really glad you raised a problem here, because that gives an opportunity to anywhere here in the room to come address this problem. So maybe there's someone who can address this issue already. And then
I
please
already
stand
see
up.
that Tawhid Salam, that he would like to answer to that. So could the mic please? Oh, you already have the mic. Great.
Hello, sir. My name is Tawhid. I'm a fashion designer and a textile engineer. What I understand is the Comban oil you were talking about is the small microfibers. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and as far my understanding, like this is super absorbent, and there are a lot of products we can make, including tissue towel and sanitary napkins and other things. Regarding this kind of thing, we are, CHP is specialized with cotton and jute mixing, blending, cotton pineapple fiber blending, and cotton banana fiber blending. So if you may communicate with us, we will find a solution for that. Thank you.
Great, that sounds really good. That's already a good connection made. Sir, please, in the front here.
Thank you. This is Monwar, and I'm working as the head of sustainability at Team Group. so one of the biggest RMG conglomerates in Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh, I have seen that whenever there is any offerings in terms of like impact investment, I saw that the SMEs, they found it really, they are kind of lost in translation. They don't know how to do, because the due diligence process that requires to follow is really very cumbersome for them. So while you are coming up with offerings in terms of impact investment, you should also look into this particular issue, because we don't have, in SMEs, we don't have that capable people to, go for so many things. So I think if you can start with something and come up with some good case studies, and if that can be communicated in a broader scale, I think that would be good, because sometimes I worked with BGMEA, so I also handle few of these initiatives, and I have seen most of the cases, SMEs, they fear of this cumbersome process. So if that can be eased, and if this can be made easy for them, I think the impact investment will be able to create more impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much for an excellent remark. And I think actually, Jaap-Jan, this is definitely something you can comment on.
Yeah, thanks for raising the point. I think that you're very right, and that's also our experience. Recently, we did a project with various banks, and we worked with unbankable SMEs to bring them to the bank for the first time ever. And it's quite interesting, actually, to realize that these are not very small SMEs. They are relatively larger SMEs. They already have quite a turnover, and still they've never gone to the bank, because there's a reluctancy. They kind of stay in the levels of informalcy, but there's also, indeed, they're lost in translation. They don't know what they're up to, so to say. And so we should tell the stories more. I mean, listen to Tawhid. We are proud that we work with Tawhid and with the innovative capacity of CHP. And we should tell more of those stories. But there is also, and that's my point of the costs associated, we should do more in, say, deal origination, in creating deal flows of potential SMEs that we and others can invest in. By doing that kind of pre-competitive work before even the investors can step in, educating, if you like, the entrepreneurs for this type of work.
Thank you. I see in the back, I see another question, and then here in the front, and then I think we need to round up. So.
Yeah, hello, this is Dipto. I am a startup founder. The name of my startup is AgroShift. So I was listening to the session, and you were telling that the era of impact investing as charity has gone. Now you are looking for more sustainable ways of lending this, of doing this. So my question is, if the impact investment as charity era has gone, so the role of non-governmental NGOs should be shifted to some other organizations. And in this dimensional change, where do you see the tech startups from emerging countries like Bangladesh, where we are attracting commercial investments, because obviously there are something for them, but we are also generating massive impact in the lives of people. But I think somehow, if whether the story is not being heard to your platforms, or we are not very good at articulating those, so there may be a gap. So how tech startups can enter into this space of impact investing, if you can give your feedbacks?
Who would like to answer? Willem?
Yeah, I'll try to answer that. We talked in your shop here, and I think you have an amazing business, a very clever business model. And for me, as an impact investor, it's great to understand that entrepreneurs like you are out there. But if I look at the number of deals venture capitalists have done over the last 10 years, that's about 80. And that's very, very limited for a country like Bangladesh. I think there must be more, and it's very difficult to estimate, but there must be more than 1 million companies, SMEs out there. But if you're going to look for impact investors, it's hard to find one, because there are just not so many. You came across an investor, and there are a few out there. I'm not sure if they call themselves impact investors, but they are none. not many at least. So that's why I'm saying we need to build a roadmap for Bangladesh to attract more impact investors to the country. I mean, I'm on this panel and I'm not even having an investment in in Bangladesh. That also says something about the state of impact investing in the country. I'm excited about Bangladesh, by the way, because I see the drive and the motivation and the enthusiasm among Bangladeshis, among its entrepreneurs, to let themselves heard in the world. And I think that story, that narrative, that need to be built. So there's impact investors, they perceive a lot of risks when they look at the country. And you can't take that away easily. But I think that narrative about Bangladesh, that needs to change. Those risks need to be balanced with the opportunities, need to be balanced with the beauty and the resources of the country that can stand out to compared to other countries. So if I would have to build a roadmap and look at milestones on that roadmap, companies like yours is a milestone. Let the world know that entrepreneurs like you are there, that there's an opportunity there, and that you can buy impact for every dollar you put in companies like yourself. So tell the world you're there, and wake them up for Bangladesh.
Thank you so much, Willem. I saw you had a question as well, isn't it? Is there another mic? Yeah, there's a question here, but I don't think you have a mic. Oh, it's coming. They're running.
Thank you. Hi. It's Lisa Dominy from Sustainable Apparel Coalition. Thank you to all three of you for very passionate presentations there. I'm going to ask a question, and I'm hoping I'm going to get round to sort of the right answer that I'm looking for. You talked about your criteria model, looking at costs, looking at risks, looking at returns, and I want to focus in on that returns piece. And your impact investing is obviously based on factories actually being able to produce the returns that you're looking for. And a lot of that is dependent on the business that they are receiving and the business from the brands and the retailers that they are receiving and the continuity of that and surety of that. And I'd just love to understand what conversations that you're having with brands, with retailers, if any, and also if, you know, there's also another off the stage conversation of how we could help facilitate that potentially, but I'd love to know what your conversations with brands are.
Yeah, thanks for raising that point. And so generally speaking, not specifically for Bangladesh, but generally speaking, I can say that we're very interested in those kind of tripartite conversations with buyers somewhere in the world that commit themselves to a producer for a longer run, a longer period of time, and us as an investor actually stepping into that relationship and providing the means necessary in country to grow the capacity, grow the efficiency, grow whatever is needed to kind of foster the partnership between producer and buyer. That is something we are very interested in. I must say that for Bangladesh that is until now quite limited actually. Yeah, what I see is that also that buyers, there's sometimes even internal competition within the buyers, right? Which division of the buyer from what country is actually buying this specific product from this country. And that internal competition already, yeah, is difficult for producers to deal with and would also kind of hinder such a tripartite partnership. So I think that this is something that if you could support that, it would be very welcome indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this question. I see another kind of collaboration popping up. So looking at time, I don't know, I think I really need to round up now. Huh? Yeah, I'm looking at the organizers. I'm sorry, but we'll continue afterwards. I really need to finish this session, and it's really exciting to see that there's so much interest that And there's so much more food for thought, and especially also so much more food for action. I'm not going to summarize my key takeaways because I'm really looking at the manager saying, okay, we need to continue with the next panel session. But I would like to finish by saying that we really want to thank the organizers for having this panel session. Also, of course, the ambassador of Bangladesh here in the Netherlands. I would like to thank our 3 panelists, and I really would like to thank you all, because I think it was great that we have this mixed audience and that there are already opportunities for further continuation of our conversation. So we are really looking forward to it. And as said also by the 3 of you, and I would like to repeat it, please look up for us, because we are very much eager into multi-stakeholder collaborations and seeing what we can do in a complementary way. So thank you all, and yeah, that was it.
Thank you so much for your insights, and wonderful. Oh my God, thank you so much. And I would love to, may I please kindly stand in the center for a group photo. Thank you. Thank you. Let's express our gratitude to our distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. I hopefully you enjoyed the whole session. It was amazing. And please don't leave, because our final panel session will be started in few minutes. Our final panel is about enabling a circular economy. Thank you so much once again. And now I would request our final panelists to come on the stage. First, I would love Arnoud Pachinier, advisor at the Netherlands Ministry of Infrastructure, leading circular economy strategies. Adding insights is Bob Eisenberg, fund director at Good Fashion Fund Financing Circularity. We have Professor Kim Poldner, an academic driving circular innovation. Sharing crucial industry perspective is Abdullah Hilraki from BDMEA and Team Group. Also joining us is Simon Noel, CEO of Recycling Pioneers Upcycle Labs. Next, we have Priyanka Khanna from Fashion for Good, Connecting Innovators. Please let us welcome this honorable panelist on the stage. This panel will be moderated by Fleur Meerman, Advisory Boards ACR and Open Supply Hub. Thank you. Yeah, honorable moderator, the stage is yours. Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to this last and final session. I'd like to invite the people in the back to just come forward a bit and please take a seat. You're so far away. The closer you are, the better it is. This is the last panel. Before we start, I'd really like to say a big word of thank you to the Best of Bangladesh team for organizing this great event and for having brought together so many different stakeholders to discuss future of Bangladesh and also sustainability. Today's session will be on sustainable synergy, circular economy, climate action, and Bangladesh's future. And we will discuss today on what is needed to actually move to a more circular economy, to secure Bangladesh's future, but not just Bangladesh's future, but also the future of the brands. As we are reaching and even exceeding limits of Earth, our take, make, waste economy has led to widespread resource depletion and climate change. And I think this has especially a big effect on Bangladesh as it faces immense climate change challenges stemming from its vulnerability to natural disasters and rising sea levels. And I think we all have seen the news in Chittagong a few weeks ago. Extreme weather events like floods, cyclones, and storms have a really big effect on the lives and the livelihoods of people in Bangladesh, but also on economic assets in the country. And it's actually estimated that around 2% of the GDP of Bangladesh is lost, or there's economic loss because of these climate change impacts. At the same time, we know that there's an imperative for rapid economic development to move Bangladesh up, and to grow as an economy. But I mean, this growth path needs to be balanced with the prosperity of environmental sustainability. So what we're going to talk about today is how can we pursue synergies between the rapid economic, or how can we pursue synergies between the circular economy and the climate action? And I think that is crucial. And I think the circular economy can help us to deal with that, to stay within the planetary boundaries and to secure Bangladesh's future, but also that of brands. The question is, how can we do it? And I hope that our distinguished panelists today will start giving an answer to that, but not just them. Also, you in the audience will have an opportunity to ask questions. And the panelists, who I will introduce shortly, they have a really diverse background and expertise, ranging from policy to strategies, technology, financing, partnerships. So you will hear about that more. But before we start, I think it's really good to know who's also in the room, because their answers can be tailored more on who's here. And I know we're almost finished, but I would like to get a little bit of energy here. So first of all, I'd like to ask who is representing brands, not suppliers, brands. Brands, yes, one. Are you enthusiastic? Yeah. Who is representing suppliers? Suppliers. Yeah? 5? Not so enthusiastic. NGOs. Ooh, big part here. NGOs. Investors? Yeah? Who am I missing? Did I miss anyone? No. Yeah? Who are you representing? Governments. I'm sorry. Of course, governments. Okay, so we have all the groups here. I'm very happy to hear that. Let me just shortly introduce our panelists. I'd like to start with Arno Postenier. He's a strategic international advisor on circular economy at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management in the Netherlands. You played a key role in the Denim Deal, which is also about innovative technologies. And you have also always been supporting collaborations and support to make impact happen. Your focus now is on international relations regarding circularity. I think we're really happy to have you on the panel because it is about the international environment that we're talking about. Thank you for being here. I'd like to move to Bob Assenberg, all the way at the end. He's the fund director of Good Fashion Fund. And actually, that is a fund that invests mainly in emerging markets. And you try to invest in initiatives that do more than just to get financial returns. And that kind of relates to the panel that Machteld was also just moderating. It's not just doing good, but it's also making money and combining the two. And you get really excited about impact. And you feel there's a big role for brands here. And to commit themselves also for longer term to suppliers to make the impact. So I'm sorry, sir, you're the only one in the room here. But there is a concrete message for you here. Then I'd like to move to Abdullah Hil Rakib. I hope I pronounced it well. Managing Director of Team Group and Director at the BGMEA. We talked yesterday, and you believe it's really important that brands and suppliers actually exchange and understand each other and jointly look for solutions like what is needed to get to the circular economy. Too often it's just brands selling, here it is, this is our goal, this is our target, and good luck. So we'd like to hear more from you about that later on. Then we move to lady almost at the end, Kim Poltner. She's Professor Circular Business at The Hague University for Applied Sciences. And she has a PhD in sustainable fashion, and as she says it herself, she has a passion for fashion. She has had that all her life, and before she started her academic career, she was also an entrepreneur, or she is an entrepreneur, She had the first eco store in the Netherlands. And maybe what's interesting to know is that her green wardrobe, including an upcycled wedding dress, was exhibited during an exhibition in the Netherlands. So she really lives it. Priyanka Khanna, she's the head of Asia expansion, Fashion for Good. Fashion for Good is a global initiative to inspire change and drive the collective movement to make fashion a force for good. And you and your team are working hard to scale innovative technologies in the supply chain of the brands. And well, she believes that supply chain leadership can play a really important role in finding the synergies between the circular economy and climate change. And we're also going to hear more about that, like what does that look like and what do we expect of suppliers, let's say. And there's a lot of them in the room, so that is good, and also representatives of suppliers. And then last but not least, Simon, all the way from the UK, CEO of Upcycle Labs. It's a company where you make new products out of waste, and basically you take unsold stuff, you destroy it, grind it down, and mold it into new products. And with your business, you try to accelerate the fashion's transition from linear to circular business model. And currently, you're only active in the UK, but you see great opportunities to go to new countries like Bangladesh. So I think that's also interesting to see where can we find synergies there. Sorry, a lot of talk from my side. I think it's time to get to the panel because they are the experts. Kim, if I can start with you. Where do you see the biggest opportunities for synergies between the circular economy and climate action, and then in relation to Bangladesh? And can you, before you go into that detail, kind of help us a bit, like what is it when we talk about circular economy?
Yes, thank you for giving me the floor. I think the simplest explanation of circular economy is that at the moment we're living in a linear economy where we extract precious resources from our planet Earth. We produce artifacts out of it, consume them, and then when we're done with them or they're broken, we trash them, right? So that's the linear model that we're still living, unfortunately, take, make, waste. And within a circular economy, we really want to keep those precious resources in the loop, okay? But that it's much more than just recycling, for example, your garment when you're done wearing it. It means a lot of other important things that we need to look at. So, for example, the Netherlands has the ambition to be fully circular by 2050. The Dutch government has this ambition. And that requires also that we look at different types of business models, because if we want to keep those resources in the loop, we need to innovate our business models, right? So we see here in the Netherlands a rise in secondhand fashion. We see a lot of effort going into textile recycling. We see the extended producer responsibility taking charge recently. But that also requires...
I'm not sure if everybody knows what is extended
producer responsibility. Yeah. So that means that producers that bring garments or textiles to the Dutch market remain responsible for these post-consumer phase. Okay. So even when they're trashed or disposed of by the consumer, these producers still need to take care of what happens next with these textiles, right? So imagine that, you know, in 2050, the whole of the Netherlands is wearing secondhand fashion like myself, for example, or, you know, is recycling all the textiles and garments that we have in our little country. That has its impact on Bangladesh, obviously. So one of the first questions I would ask is, are there any opportunities to look with manufacturers in Bangladesh, with people working in the factory, to see what type of opportunities there would be for business model innovation on that side of the supply chain?
Yeah. And you talk about the ambition in 2050 of the Netherlands to have 100% circular products.
Yeah.
It's 2% right now.
Yeah.
Just look in the audience. Who has something in their wardrobe that is circular? Can you raise your hand? Okay. I think we're quite well represented here. But basically what you're saying, Kim, is that the impact of this ambition is huge, also on Bangladesh and the workforce. And if that means if we're going to wear more recycled clothes, or that will have an effect on the workforce, and we need to look at that as well.
Definitely. But I also see many other opportunities. In the previous panel, we talked about putting solar panels on the factories in Bangladesh. To me, yes, that is a solution for now, but I call it a Horizon 2 solution. Bill Sharp has developed this 3-horizon model where Horizon 1 is business as usual, so that's the linear economy where we are today.
Yeah.
Horizon 3 is a more regenerative future, where we really want to, for example, generate electricity out of plants and not out of solar panels that will cause a lot of waste in 20 years from now, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think for Bangladesh, for example, explore opportunities between agriculture and fashion, because you can, grow tomatoes and you can make textiles out of your tomato plants. So I think there's so many fascinating opportunities there.
Yeah. So your goal is also to look at the longer term. I mean, we
Definitely.
need to make changes now,
Yeah.
but also look at the horizon. what's coming
Absolutely.
up.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Simon, if I can just move to you. Hey, you're the CEO of an innovative startup. You want to contribute to this change from linear to circular. What do you need, or from your perspective, what is needed to grow the business and to actually make a significant contribution to this change?
Absolutely. And Kim mentioned just now about exciting innovations. I think one of the things that's really struck me is that innovators need to be able to combine with other innovators. We can set about this great ambition to create a more circular economy, or even go beyond that. But as an individual business, we can only be one small segment of that. And what's been really clear to me as I pursued this venture is just how much we need to be able to kind of collaborate with others. And I know that, and we've talked about this as a group before, that simply saying collaboration might sound a bit weak. What does that actually mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's not collaborating just for the sake of it. It's actually trying to push each other to develop new innovations, to help others understand the challenges that each business faces at different points in the cycle. And that actually prompts and spurs on further innovation. We've got an initial concept of what we want to do as a business to put fashion waste to use, ensure that it has an extended life. But we could do that even better if we're able to kind of partner and develop other innovations with other businesses. Some of the materials and the ingredients that we use at the moment, there could be much better ways to acquire those and to develop them. So that kind of cluster, that network of innovation is really vital. And anything that we can do to help facilitate that, bring different innovators together, allow that kind of thought development process to take place is really vital.
And do you mean, if you talk about different innovators together, it's just the technology people, or you're also talking about the suppliers to understand like how you could collaborate?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the full network. I think, taking a step back, what's interesting for me is my background wasn't initially in this space. I've worked in startups before, but those are pure commercial, if you like, not something that, for example, an impact investor that would be interested in. And so what's really distinct about this space is that we're trying to change the system, not simply create a good commercial venture. And so I was pleased to see that there's a decent amount of NGO representation in the audience. It would be great if there was even more governmental representation. But the kind of second point that I was going to emphasize is how there's such a big role for those stakeholders in this, in terms of really pricing in the cost of the current model in terms of the damage to the environment is critical. The role that legislation plays, and it's good to see that over the summer there have been lots of developments from the EU Commission around intentions there to kind of change the game really, in terms of the landscape. We need more of that, and we need it faster. And it's also putting public money to work in investing in science and development, and that does exist already, but I think the kind of message from me here is we need more of it, and we need it faster to help really address the kind of burning platform issues that we've got.
Yeah, interesting. I think Arnoud could say something in reply, and I'm sure. Sorry. Abdullah, you could also give a reply on that, but maybe Arnoud, you want to start, because there was a clear call for the government to take action here.
For sure. I think, the government has different roles in this. So of course, supporting innovations to come to the market and to scale up and replicate, that there the government can help. But at the same time, it's for the industry in a competitive world very difficult to change their business model. So for that, I think change of regulations, change in market incentives, so taxation on the one hand and subsidizing on the other hand, is one element in which the government can help. Also in providing the right legal framework for financiers to make it easier for financiers to invest in new innovations, and because of unknown risks in the future, and there is no history of innovations. What are they doing in the market? So that's always a problem with the financiers, with innovations, and how to support that. So the government can do there a lot, and we in the Netherlands are working on that as well. Also together with private financial institutions and also multinational development banks like the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, etc. So that's something which we could do as well. But in the end, it's also we have to provide the right legal framework to set the new standards of the future. And that goes beyond the existing business models. So in the Netherlands, we launched our new national program for circular economy beginning this year. And one of the main targets is that we, as a nation, should reduce our material footprint. So and we are still rising, although we are 6 years working on the circular economy, and before that working on high quality recycling of materials, not only on textiles but on several materials. And that reduction of material use means that we have to extend the life cycle. So it's more than only the recycling circular economy. It's about it's about narrowing the loop, which makes that we should reduce our consumption. And I think that will be a challenge also for the industry in Bangladesh. We should have a longer lives of products. So that means that also the garments we use, we should cherish them. We should use them as long as possible. But that means that you have to rethink your business model fundamentally. And there we want to support as a government. We as a government are in that sense also partner in crime to help the industry make that transformation, because it's not easy. And I think that can help, and we had our experience with the denim deal, which was launched 3 years ago. The industry said, well, 20% recycled content in new denim clothing was impossible. And nowadays we talk about it as maybe a minimum standard. But yes, therefore all industries have to do that. That makes it, all brands should ask for it. It makes it much more easy for the producers to deliver that kind of garments. So it's about new standards in the future, which can be developed also in partnership between public and private parties.
Okay, well, you're saying a lot of things that might possibly also scare a bit the audience, because you're saying reduce consumption. That means it has an effect on the economy, longer life of production.
It's terrible to hear that a lot of garments which are not sold on the market has to be destroyed or at least recycled.
Yeah.
We should prevent to have large volumes of clothing coming to the market, which is not sold anyhow.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you look at the effects, all those workers in production countries like Bangladesh, working hard, using a lot of scarce resources, water, by example.
Yeah.
And if they end up in, well, nothing, you don't use them.
Yeah,
It's
so you're actually also
incredible
saying
to see.
the longer term, sometimes it's easy to look at the short term. I mean, if we reduce now consumption or if we have longer products and in the short term it will have a negative effect, but you say, just like Kim was saying, we have to look at the longer term. Because if we
For
don't
sure.
do it, then we'll have a bigger problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Priyanka, I think it's maybe also nice to go to you because Arnoud was saying brands have to ask for it as well. Simon, you have been working with Simon also. He has a startup. He wants to grow. What do you think? What is needed for him to make more impact, and what role can your organization play in this? And maybe we can also zoom in a bit about the role of brands and suppliers here.
Sure. Just I want to add on to this, Arnold's last comment. I think it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation because while regulation is required, the regulation will only come if solutions are ready. But unfortunately, like the denim deal, the 20% to 30% to 50%, the recycling solutions aren't fully ready at scale yet. And if that doesn't happen, what can regulation do? So I think industry is stuck a bit in that space where solutions need time to mature, but the maturity will come if industry is pulling them along. Suppliers have a role to play, brands have a role to play, regulation has a role to play. And it comes back to the point Eric made in the earlier conversation, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Because if all these actors don't collaborate, how do we make sure the solution gets ready faster?
Yeah.
And then there is actually a role for regulation to play. So that brings me back to what our role is in this ecosystem. At Fashion for Good, what we are looking to do is actually scale these solutions, and which is why we come back to this collaboration point again and again, because the solutions aren't scaling until a supplier starts to work with them regularly and their brands start to work with them regularly. So what our role to support whether upcycle labs and other technologies, whether recycling or processing technologies, new machineries, each of these solutions are required by all of the suppliers to actually reach that net zero, the decarbonization goals that exist. Some can be termed within circularity, some maybe go beyond circularity, going more towards decarbonizing your supply chain, and all of that only happens when we have all these actors working. So I think my key message...
You're saying working, but I also hear you say they all need to take responsibility.
Absolutely.
Right? It's not just the brands or the government saying this is what's going to happen, because it's about the future in the longer term also.
And this is where the collaboration or digging deeper into what collaboration would mean come in. A supply chain, especially now that we are sitting in Best of Bangladesh, it is one of the leaders in the industry. So we do need Bangladesh as an industry to take leadership. It's a leader currently in the manufacturing space. But as someone said in the previous panel, there is vulnerability attached to climate change for Bangladesh. So what we need to counter right now is suppliers taking that leadership, not waiting for solutions to develop or brands to tell them what to do or waiting for European policies to develop, but be proactive, educate yourself. The knowledge is really available everywhere. There are platforms like ours, SAC, Textile Exchange, where you could actually find out what is going on in your own supply chain, try to assess your own impact, and look at what solutions are available. Because that educating yourself and starting to be not resistant to change, but to start incorporating some of the newer solutions that are coming, that is really, really imperative for a supplier to do. But on the other hand, there are the brands. And what brands really need to assist in right now in that collaboration piece is to be able to share that risk with the suppliers. Yeah. At the moment, if newer technologies, newer solutions come in place, all that risk lies with the suppliers. And one of the things that brands need to really pull through is say, this is how we share the risk. Whether it's financial sharing of the risk, whether it's committing to you for a longer term to be able to reduce that risk for you overall. So what collaboration would really look like is initiatives like an innovator talking to a supplier, talking to their brand partners, all coming together and saying, this is how we share the risk to reach this level of implementation or commitment, so that we see that there's a scale coming to the solution, and that scale is your impact, really. And of course, we have investors and governments playing as more facilitating role or sort of enablers, because there is a huge amount of finance required, because none of these solutions that will scale up right now are going to scale up at cost, which means somebody needs to cover that premium, whether that's coming from philanthropy, whether it's coming from impact investments. That's kind of where collaboration comes in.
Yeah, and then I think that's really a nice bridge also to Bob in that sense, because we need money for this. It doesn't come for free, although we sometimes say it does. It gives benefits right away, but that's not true. Bob, you want to invest in impact projects, but it's not always easy. And why is that?
No, thanks for that. No, let me first give a little bit of background of what I'm actually representing. It's a Good Fashion Fund. It's an initiative initiated by Fashion for Good and Lauders Foundation, really with the aim to support suppliers in Bangladesh and India to adopt equipment that really has an impact in terms of reducing the water, materials, and energy, but at the same time also looking at the social angle. So really all the elements that are important in the apparel sector. And what the fund is doing is a mixture. On the one hand, it's providing finance for already tested technology, so already proven technology. At the same time, also supporting innovations, because I think the way forward is a mixture of that. And I agree with Kim, you have to look at the longer term future. At the same time, we're not there yet. So you also need to look at the solutions that are available, and will be a mixture of that in that respect. Where the unique element of our fund is that we focus on suppliers, on manufacturers. And we talk a lot about innovation, but if you look, for instance, at decarbonization, I think more than half, around 60% or so of the money needed is already an existing solution to decarbonize. So the remainder is innovations, but a lot of money is also needed to deploy already existing methodologies, equipment. And I think there are new initiatives around looking at innovation, looking at new technologies. And for instance, this PDS also mentioned yesterday, I think if you have a collaboration between suppliers and also brands, that works really well to look at those innovations and see what could work longer term. At the same time, no one's really working and looking at these manufacturers, at the suppliers locally. So I think if we go forward and we look at circularity, we look at decarbonization, it's also important that someone's taking care of the manufacturers, because I think, and that's where my point, what you raised to also in the brands come in, because in the longer term, a lot of it is also coming from the suppliers implementing, but realistically speaking, and look at Bangladesh, that's more than 4,000 manufacturers. Only a limited amount of that actually has access to the finance or the knowledge and actually to implement it. So a lot is needed in order to get that money rolling towards these manufacturers. And we're a fund, we're a demonstration fund, but ultimately our goal is that we're no longer needed, because ultimately it needs to be the local financial sector doing it. But in order to do that, I think, in order to reach that, I think it's important that you have the manufacturers operating in a more stable environment. And I think that's where also the brands come in. I think because what you see often in this industry, which is quite different from a lot of other industries, it's fragmented. There's often no direct relationship between the brands and the manufacturing facilities, which you often do so. Here it's not the case, which makes it more difficult, basically, to implement new things in terms of environmental and socially focused initiatives. So really what we would like to see from the brands is have these longer term offtake agreements, because I think that is really changing a lot. Because if I'm a supplier, and we'll hear more, but I'm a supplier, I need to know that there's stability. Otherwise I'm going to go for year after year, and especially if I'm somewhat smaller, I'm not going to make that investment in something if I don't know if I get this real offtake agreement again next year. So I'm only capable of doing that at the time that basically there's a longer term agreement, and I can plan ahead also from the social point of view. And I think that's the way forward, where brands can really play a role.
Yeah, and it's also the shared risk. A lot of the risk, at least in textiles, is down the chain.
It is shared risk. At the same time, I also think that on the financing side, it's not so much circularity, but I think also decarbonization is not going to work if everyone leaves it to the manufacturers or suppliers to make those investments. It's not going to work.
It's maybe a good bridge here. Is it going to work if we just leave it up to you?
Well, I think the point is no longer we can operate in isolation. We all have to connect the dots, and we have to create a we factor instead of I and you factor, because everything have a cost, and every roadmap have some transitional loss which have to be calculated from A to Z, and that have to be distributed to the partners, and they have to the ecosystem have to believe in doing it, just not that being responsible and shifting the role and kind of questioning each other, because circularity, reduce, recover, recycle, everything has been discussed in many platforms, but talk about who's going to ring the bell and talk about who's been a responsibility. See, the cotton, Bangladesh steel kind of like more on cotton, right? We talk about diversity, we talk about going more into polyester, but talk about the potential $1 billion recycling into Bangladesh, not shifting to Sweden or many part of the globe where you put more carbon footprint. So who thought about it? And there is nothing been designed to have the technology awareness, and so there are a scope of work, but it have to be incentivized towards everybody. My customers should not treat them like sitting here in Europe, but they have to be responsible. See, if I waste a liter of water to produce a denim or a T-shirt, I have to be responsible to be like a partner in crime in pollution. So we are polluting.
Sorry, just to clarify, you mean the brands or the supplier?
I see that there is nothing. We have to treat like an we. There is not me or we, because not him, because here we have to syndicate. We have to make sure that the cost of this transition or transformation have to be calculated and invested well so that each party survive, because I cannot cannibalize somebody just to make sure that I don't get effect.
Yeah, so I think transparency there also.
Absolutely.
And actually listening to each other.
We talk about proper accountability, proper accounting, designing the entire process of transformation, the circularity, and work on every individual's role. We have to have our SWOT analysis, and we have to distribute the responsibility so that we work like a team, not like I and you to separate the responsibility. We have to connect the dots, and we have to connect to electrify the responsibility. Is just like guiding each other. We have to absolutely make the sense distributed when you talk about benefit and ownership.
Yeah, and Priyanka was saying before, maybe the suppliers also maybe need to take a bit more the lead. Don't wait for the brands to ask for it.
I agree.
What do you think? And even though
Priyanka is right, but you know what? I say if I set my goal, I have to also have my security. Of course, every entrepreneur has risk, but talk about the basic support in terms of pricing, in terms of creating the demand and making sure that the standardization is going to qualify. Because if my ultimate customer say they wants to use the circular product but not sacrificing the standard, and they do not know how much. If I have a capacity of 50 tons, if I do not have the consumption created of 50 tons, if my customers still want to have those standard performing, my ecosystem have to be educated in terms of acceptability, in terms of my, just now other speakers talk about reducing the consumption. Fully agreed, but we have to design it. We have to protect this universe. We have one single universe to protect. We do not have separate universe to live, right?
Yeah, so and then I will come to you, Arnold. I think if I listen to you, we talk about collaboration. What is that? I mean, it's such a vague word, but I hear you literally say, you need to speak with
And
your
we are late.
customers.
We are late.
Yeah, we're late.
We are
and
late.
We need to start now.
We
and
have
your
to
customers
start
need
yesterday.
Yes, yeah, that's not possible, unfortunately. But let's say today or after we leave this meeting. Arnoud.
Yes, I recognize this fully. We had the same sort of discussions within the denim deal, where brand owners, retailers, but also the spinners, weavers, manufacturers, sorters and recyclers were part of the discussion, part of the network. And what we saw was that if you talk with each other, between the brand and the supplier, the producer, and you understand each other's difficulties with the change you want to achieve together, then if there's much more understanding, much more transparency in all the aspects of what needs to be changed, then it's easier to talk about sharing the risks,
there's more
seeing
clarity.
if you can maybe pay more for the product you want as a brand, and at the same time, innovating together between the supplier and the brand.
Yeah.
So what we experience is that with that open mind, you can you can go far, but without understanding each other, it's impossible to make impact.
Yeah.
And well, it was surprising how we saw that a lot of things were not possible in 3 years ago, and nowadays they say, well, maybe this can be the minimum standard.
Yeah, so if I listen to you and also to you, it's about the personal relationship and actually really wanting to understand and not just pushing your ideas or the policies down the chain. So maybe Mustafis for next year, we don't have a panel up here, but we just have workshops where we actually work on something and we walk away with something concrete, maybe to think
Much
about.
better.
Priyanka.
I just want to add in, and the fact is, given that solutions will keep developing and things will keep getting better, but we can't wait for a final solution.
Yeah.
So what we really need in the industry are first movers. We need the people who will, both the brands and suppliers, who will come together, start working together to take the upfront risk with all the other enablers around them to develop those solutions that are then ready for the rest of the market to adopt. And I think where the opportunity for Bangladesh particularly is that it is currently sitting as a leader in this space. So if let's say the top 10% of the suppliers, if not more, are willing to work with their own brands, that is their more leading brands who also want to say that we want to be the first movers, we'll have certain advantages coming out of it, but there's a big risk attached to it also. And how do we share that risk between supplier, technology solutions, financiers, and brands?
And
of course,
government,
brands is a very key word there.
Yeah, that's a really good suggestion. Thank you so much. And we have much more to talk about, but I just want to see if there's any questions from the audience for our panelists. Yeah, I see 2 questions, 3. Maybe we start here? Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm Arshish, and I'm from the textile recycling and waste management sector. So my question is for Arnoud, that I wanted to ask about extended producer responsibility. It's also something Kim touched upon. I'm just curious, I think it's too soon to ask for results, but which direction do you think it has pushed the brands or the suppliers to take change in, or what kind of reforms has it inspired?
Well, that's difficult to say because the EPR's
Extended
legal
responsible.
extended producer responsibility legal framework has been launched only last 1st of July in the Netherlands. But for sure we know that France already had an EPR scheme, and the European Commission is drafting an EPR scheme on textiles for within a couple of years. So the whole of Europe should comply with the EPR scheme. With that said, we already saw in the Netherlands that a lot of brands and retailers saw that the existing model of take, make, waste is not feasible in the future. So they knew they have to change. And we challenged as a government to set up a sector plan, as we called it, in which EPR scheme is included. And EPR scheme, you can see that as a governmental regulation, but you can see it also because you create a fund that it is more a collective innovation mechanism where all the brands, large and small, can work together in the supply chain, in the value chain, to change the concept and to change business models, material use, other kinds of quality assurance to change the whole model of fashion in the future. So we don't know what the exact effect is of the EPR scheme right now, but for sure the fact that it is coming, and it's coming also to Europe, and more countries worldwide talk about EPR schemes nowadays, that will be the standard. And it's normal that you have to think on of the future of your own business and your own sector.
Yeah, and that's a bit what Kim was saying,
so
right?
So I'm very hopeful in this kind.
Yeah, and that's a bit what Kim was saying. If the solar panels, you also have to think about the waste. You cannot just produce it, but you have to think about the future. Yeah. Do we still have a few minutes? I have two more. One more question. Okay. I'm sorry, Matthijs. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Does it work? Yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Giovanni, and of the company Forward in Fashion, and I'm a sector expert in the apparel industry. And I'm a little bit skeptical on the circular economy because I see so many technical limitations. And we are working so hard, and the set standards by the government and legislation, I don't think we're able to achieve them. So what my question is, wouldn't it be much smarter if we would all focus on biodegradable, zero-impact alternatives instead of looking for circular solutions?
I think Kim maybe would want to respond to that.
I'm certainly triggered by your question, yes. Well, first of all, some people argue that the technologies actually are available. It's just that we're not doing them. We don't have the mindset yet and the attitudes and the behavioral change that is needed to actually apply them. So I would also question the first part of your inquiry right there. But yes, my answer would be to the second part, a full yes. So definitely, let's look at the opportunities to create more bio-based materials for fashion and textiles. Get away from the microplastics in our underwear and stuff. So I think there are manifold opportunities there and exciting ones, really, really exciting ones. Yes. So please, yeah.
But
two more questions.
May I say something about it? Because bio-based plastics is okay, or bio-based materials, so it's also about hemp, etc. But biodegradable, then you destroy a lot of valuable materials. So we are not in favor of biodegradable materials at all. That would be a waste of materials, a waste of energy, a lot of, destruction of value. So don't go that way.
Okay. Maybe continue the conversation afterwards. I hear we still have room for two questions. Yeah, yeah.
May I? May I?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I think my question would be to Kim. So while we do discuss about circularity, sometimes we don't look into the LCA angle. I mean, every product has its life cycle assessment, and sometimes it could be happen like, for the sake of circularity, maybe it brings or incur more emissions. I think it has to be informed, steps, because just for the sake of circularity, if we do circularity and if we don't do the proper life cycle assessment, that could be a challenge. That's one of the concern or question to you. Another is about the business of the circularity.
So I'm just going to ask you one question because otherwise we're not going to be able to.
It's a very simple thing. So the fashion industry bloomed based on the concept of fast fashion. So now people get used to fast fashion, and now we have to produce products at a lower cost. Now, if you ask and go for a slower fashion, are consumers ready to pay more for that?
If you complete the question, you have 2 in 1.
First of all, introduce myself. My name is Panos Sofianos. I work on sustainability the last 35 years. I come from the sector. I hear you all talking, and I feel that it's me. And I feel so proud of you guys because what you're saying is exactly what is missing. But the gap is still huge. It's about the mindset we have about clothing. Patagonia started a campaign, don't buy the jacket. Why? Because they understood what they were doing with the microfibers all those years. Polluting. Now, to be realistic, one thing that is missing is the mindset. We need to change the way that we buy clothes. And this gentleman said, it's not biodegradability that will help us, because we are destroying the molecules, and then we have something which is defective. We don't have to degrade things. We have to add more longevity to the product. And this, according to me, it's not a question, it's not trying to fulfill this discussion. It's about the mindset we had and creating needs. Please try to remember what was the last time you bought something that you really needed. This is it. This is because we are cultivating an egoism, something which is so selfish, because we don't know what is what we are hurting deeply, this environment.
So if I understand, it's not a question, it's a remark. We also need to think about the mindset.
The final question is how we can correlate fast fashion with production and with the protection of the environment.
Yeah.
If we still have
That's a little bit what Sir was saying.
This is my question.
Yeah.
This is an oxymoron. We cannot talk about sustainability at the moment that we have giants coming from China that they're producing billions of clothing.
No.
This is my question.
No.
Can we try to help things? Because you said we should start from yesterday.
Yeah, I think a really valid point. Who would like to respond to this remark question?
Well, I want to say one thing. Some innovators of bio-based textile materials actually say that it's not such a problem to have fast fashion, because if you make a jacket out of mycelium or algae or seaweed or whatever, and you wear it only 5 times and then you bury it in your vegetable garden, that's okay. You know, then fast fashion should not be a problem, actually. So, you know, there's different ways to look at it. Of course, longevity is super important, but people also still want to consume. So it's a multi-layered issue.
And if I may just add on, I think it always comes back to education. We are here 100 people that are aware and doing something about it, and this is more on the industry side. But there are so many other organizations that need to also start making that education on the consumer side. There isn't still enough work happening, and there isn't still enough messaging reaching the day-to-day consumer who's buying 50,000, 50 items a year, that this is not the right sustainable option. And unfortunately, the way our communication, the messaging, fashion, cinema, everything is leading us towards overconsumption. So I think that is a separate conversation that, of course, has to be handled at the brand level too, to say how do we cut down? Yeah. How do we develop, let's say, resale within the brands? Lots of work happening around it. A lot of brands are now starting to test out to say, how do we take our products back and resell them, have like a second-hand platform going on. We've seen examples in Europe. Unfortunately, it hasn't picked up across the world yet because there isn't as much legislation pressure yet on it. But once that comes in, we know they would be looking at less production and more recirculating their own products. But the other part of the initiative really has to be consumers being educated. Netherlands still sits at a space which is probably some of the most sustainable consumers. They are happy to pay a little extra. But currently across the world, the consumption or consumers' mindset is there's so much extra that we have to pay for sustainability, and not everybody is always willing to or bought into the idea. So how do we change the communication narrative around it? And I think this is where we need to go to the mainstream fashion industry, the cinemas, everybody making the messaging around it.
Yeah. So I think that's a nice combination of the mindset and the narrative and the education.
I just want to add a few things. Like
we have so much to say. I feel a bit nervous because Matthijs also has a question still.
We are kind of like I go back to my own word that we have to sit down together, not on isolates. And we have to believe and we have to really do a research, just not about like we design the product and we say that what our focus is to sell well and get the profit. So instead of doing that, if we can anticipate the goal or common goal to save this planet and understand the strategies to design not just the shape and color or the material, but have an ultimate sustainable planet, to understand the niche need of individuals, not individual, the collective initiative to save. And all this strategy have to have a cost, and that have to be designed as well to share by every partner, just not having said that the suppliers are responsible for designing how he's going to recycle, but it is an equal responsibility who is also utilizing in terms of material or in selling the goods in the store or wearing the product from the store. So everybody have to echo the same thing, and transition has a cost to have the complete transformation until we achieve the global goal.
Yeah. I actually think that's quite a nice summary. Matthijs, did you really have a burning question that you don't want to leave this room without having asked it? Or have we covered it? Yeah? Okay, because I have to look at the time. I just would like to summarize really quickly. I mean, we've discussed a lot of things, and when we talked about collaboration, but it's about education, not just here, but it's about education in the whole value chain. We need to understand each other and actually connect to understand what does the other need to make the steps to have the end goal in sight. Funding for impact is very important. Today we've heard a lot of examples about funding, and I hope this will also reach the Bangladeshi supplier, that they are there. We need the brands to take the responsibility. We need the suppliers to take the responsibility because it's a joint effort. And I think, maybe the most important thing that I take away now is it's a combination of the short and the longer term goal. I mean, we cannot stop and drop everything right now because there's businesses, there's people in these businesses that we're responsible for, but we also need to keep the longer term in sight. I hope that you leave this room a bit inspired, and I would like to invite you to continue the conversation outside during drinks afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, honorable panelists. Thank you so much. May I kindly request all of you to come forward for a group photo. Before concluding this session, may I kindly request all of the panelists, please sit, because we have a little occasion about signing the Memorandum of Understanding, MOUs, between Bangladesh Apparel Exchange and Fashion for Good. Please take your seats for this ceremony. Thank you. May I kindly request on stage Mr. Musafir Uddin on behalf of Bangladesh Apparel Exchange for signing this MOU. Thank you. Ms. Priyanka Khanna, please come forward. May I kindly request you to come forward for signing this MOU? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause for all of our panelists. Thank you for your brilliant performance. Thank you. বলছি ভাইয়া তোলা Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on the extraordinary two-day journey through the Best of Bangladesh event, I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and inspiration. These 2 days have been a testament to the immense potential, rich culture, and innovative spirit of Bangladesh. I want to express my deepest appreciation to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and performers, and of course, you, the audience. Without your participation, this event couldn't be successful. Thank you so much. I also want to extend a heartfelt thanks to the organizing team and all the individuals who have worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this event a resounding success. Your dedication and passion are the driving force behind the Best of Bangladesh. Thank you so much. As we leave here today, let us carry with us memories of this event and the connections we have forged. Let us continue to build bridges, foster collaborations, and explore new horizons together. The Best of Bangladesh is not just an event, it's a movement towards a brighter future. Thank you once again for being a part of the Best of Bangladesh in Europe 2023. Before concluding, we have 2 short films to enjoy. Paint on Dry Leaf by Fuaduzzaman Fuad and I'm Time by Mahdi Hassan. I hope you will enjoy. Until we meet again, take care and stay inspired. And remember, mark your calendar for the 2nd edition of Best of Bangladesh, which will take place on 11 and 12 September 2024 at Westergas in Amsterdam. Thank you. We can't wait to see you there. Thank you so much.
তুমি? না, ও বাসায় নাই, অফিসে।
আপনাকে সকালে যে কাজটা দিলাম সেটা কতদূর?
স্যার 2 ঘন্টা আগেই তো দিলাম।
কাজ শেষ করে বাসায় যাবেন, সেজন্য যদি মধ্যরাত পর্যন্ত থাকতে হয় থাকবেন।
এরপর ওই নারী বুদ্ধের কাছে খালি হাতে ফিরে এলো, বলল, বুদ্ধ, আমি গ্রামের পর গ্রাম ঘুরেও এমন কোনো বাড়ি পেলাম না যেখানে কখনো কারো মৃত্যু হয়নি। প্রত্যেক বাড়িতেই কেউ বাবা, কেউ মা, কেউ বা ভাই বোন হারিয়েছে। বাড়ি বাড়ি খোঁজেও সেই এক মুঠো সর্ষে আমি কোথাও পেলাম না, যা আমার ছেলের শরীরে প্রাণ ফিরিয়ে দেবে। জবাবে বুদ্ধ বললেন, মৃত্যু সবার জন্যই চরম সত্য।
আমার আরো কিছু টাকা লাগবে গো।
Okay.
তুই এই ভূতের বেগার খাটা বন্ধ করবি কবে?
অক্সিজেন সেন্টারের টিকিট তো অনেক এক্সপেন্সিভ। তুমি টাকা ধার করেছো তাই না? এভাবে জোর করে আর কতদিন বাঁচবো?
দেখেন, কোম্পানির একটা পলিসি আছে, 2 বছর না হলে আমরা লোন দিই না। ভালো হয় আপনি অন্য কোথাও দেখেন। হ্যাঁ,
সময় দ্রুত শেষ হয়ে আসে। মোমবাতি, চারকোল, মানুষের বয়স সবই এক সময় শেষ হয়। গাছের শাখা প্রশাখা একদিন ধূসর, কঠিন ও ভঙ্গুর হয়ে যায়। চলে যাওয়ার সময় স্রোতকে আমরা ধরে রাখতে চাই। আমরা তখন নতজানু হই আলোকচিত্রের কাছে। একমাত্র আলোকচিত্রই থামিয়ে দিতে পারে সময়ের চলে যাওয়াকে। আলোকচিত্রকে আমার বেহেশতের মতো সময়হীন এক পৃথিবী বলে মনে হয়। বেহেশতে সময় বলে কিছু থাকবে না, মানুষ অনন্তকাল সেখানে বেঁচে থাকবে। বেহেশত কি কোনো সময়হীন পৃথিবী আলোকচিত্রের মতো? আমরা অতীতের কথা বলি, আজকের কথা বলি, ভবিষ্যতের কথা বলি। অতীত আর ভবিষ্যতের মাঝের জায়গাটা বালুর দেয়াল বলে মনে হয়, যে দেয়ালের একটা অংশ খুব দ্রুত ঝরে পড়ছে আর অন্য অংশ তৈরি হচ্ছে প্রতিনিয়ত। বালুর দেয়ালে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতে ভয় হয়, ভেঙে পড়ার ভয়, ক্ষয় হয়ে যাওয়ার ভয়। সময় শেষ হয়ে যাওয়ার সময় যেমন মোমবাতি কিংবা বরফ ক্ষয় হয়ে যায়। শৈশবে আমরা আমাদের ছোট্ট সিন্ধুকে জমিয়ে রাখি মাটির পুতুল, খেলনা গাড়ি, রঙিন মার্বেল। একদিন আমরা বুড়িয়ে যাই, আমাদের রং বেরঙের সব মার্বেল তখন গড়িয়ে যায় স্রোতস্বিনী নদীর পথে। আমার কাছে একটা পুরনো ডায়েরি আছে, 1987 সালের ডায়েরি। ডায়েরিতে সেঁটে রাখা একটা খয়েরি কাঁঠাল পাতা, 27 বছর আগের কাঁঠাল পাতায় লেখা কবিতার কিছু লাইন। আলোকচিত্র আর গাছের পাতারা সময় ও স্মৃতিকে ধরে রাখতে চায়। আমরা আমাদের চারপাশে সময়ের চলে যাওয়াকে দেখতে পাই। আমাদের শৈশব, নদী, বার্ধক্য, মৃত্যু সবই চলে যায়। আমরা চলে যাওয়া সময়কে ধরে রাখতে চাই। সময়কে ধরে রাখার অবিরাম আয়োজন আমাদের, অনুপস্থিতকে ধরে রাখার আয়োজন। সময় প্রাচীন নুয়ে পড়া এক বৃদ্ধার মতো বসে থাকে। তার বলিরেখা জুড়ে কেবল ফাটল আর ফাটল, অন্ধ ফাটল। আমরা সেই অন্ধকারে পথ হারিয়ে ফেলি। আমরা অন্ধের মতো তখন স্পর্শ করি আমাদের। আমরা তখন আমাদের জন্মকে ছুঁয়ে দেখি। কখনো কখনো সময়কে অনিশ্চিত এক গুহা বলে মনে হয়, যে গুহায় ৩০৯ বছর ঘুমিয়েছিল ৭ জন তরুণ। তারা ভেবেছিল তারা ঘুমিয়েছে একদিন কিংবা তার চেয়ে কম সময়। সময় তাদের সাথে লুকোচুরি খেলেছে। সময় আমার সাথেও লুকোচুরি খেলেছে, কিংবা এখনো খেলছে, কিংবা খুব শীঘ্রই খেলবে নতুন কোনো ইন্দ্রজালিক খেলা।